We'll take a word of prayer, and then we start with the presentation, the pitches. Please, 2 minutes is 2 minutes. Maximum slides, 2-3 slides, 2 minutes. So just tell us what you're doing or what you intend to do. I'm not going to add any more minutes to it. 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay, let's bow down our heads and pray. We thank you, everlasting Father, for today. Thank you for your grace upon our lives and for giving us life and for bringing us here together safely. We commit today's program into your hands. We pray that you take absolute control and you let everything go according to your will. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. So we'll start with Victor. Please, 2 minutes.
Hi, good morning. So my name is Victor Jidepo Ablo. I lead Clean Air One Atmosphere. And then at Clean Air One Atmosphere, what we do is to engage citizens, empower them, and then towards clean air or air pollution mitigation. Thank you. Yes. All right. So at Clean Air, we have various aims we want to achieve through various means. One of them is engaging students in schools, be it basic school, senior high school, or the universities. So right here is an article from one of our sponsors, IQ Air, where we are engaging senior high school students with hands-on training on handling air quality monitors. And that's the school where I teach, Salvation Army Senior High School in the Eastern region. So that is that. All right. So one of the things we do, one of our works, like I mentioned, the senior high school, besides that, we also do other works, right? And then one of the incoming ones is the air monitoring at Shy Hills, where currently we have our monitors at Afri-SET doing co-location. In a week or two, we're done with the co-location, and then we move the sensors to the site. And then another, oh, it's not working. All right, so this is also our initiative in collaboration with ANGA, and then Mzuzu University, and then the Ministry of Environment in Malawi, for Malawi Initiative for Clean Air Solutions, which is sponsored by EPIC. So we are one of the awardees for the EPIC Fund, and this project will kickstart somewhere in next month. All right, so you can scan this to follow us. Let's keep it interactive, engage us, so that together we can have a clean air on our continent. Thank you.
Thanks for keeping to time. Thank you. Next slide, please. La Cepa.
Good morning, all. My name is Tony Sueno. I'm from the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, La Cepa. La Cepa is the environmental police for Lagos State. And by looking at our vision and our mission, we have to safeguard the environment. We partner with schools, companies, international partners to maintain the environment and make sure we're all in a safe environment, and clean air is part of our drive. We are in the forefront of air quality, climate change, and the likes. Due to our trust and our mission, we are the go-to when it comes to the environment in Lagos State. Excuse me. And Lagos State government, as stated today, are really interested in the environment. Air quality is key to us because of the population and site landmass of Lagos. Now, in Lagos, we have over 50 sensors deployed through different platforms. We have the Echo platform, LE, Clarity, Osium, and some are still under works. We try to educate the populace on the need to have air quality, good air quality, by encouraging them to practice and mitigate against acts that would endanger the air. So basically, the data that we have so far, we analyze and will further mine and probe to help us in policy formulation and also encourage people to live well. So thank you. This is a picture of our lab.
Thank you so much. So we'll be hearing more from LASEPA tomorrow during the panel discussion. Next slide, please. So with this one, I didn't know where or who it came from. Okay. Please, so we received just 3 presentations. If you would want to send yours, kindly name the file with your names so it's easily identifiable. Now, as we go on, we'll continue with that, but then, just now? Okay, so maybe in the course of the day, we'll have time for yours, please. Okay.
Good morning, all. My name is Kwame Ongona Simpe. I am currently representing Agency for Health and Food Security and also Jack Strong Company Limited. And on the third note, we are working on a project known as agroecology for ecosystem services. And the site or location is at Kumase, those who know Fumeswa. I am speaking on behalf of the principal investigator. And on the whole, this is a very lengthy slide. I'm just giving an overview. So later on you can pick the slides with the details. What we are doing currently is that we have identified the traditional mode of farming, and we have seen that the use of various pesticides, the use of insecticide and other agricultural items leading to pollution of the environment and also degradation of microorganisms in the soil. And if that practice continues over a period of time, we will have these microorganisms and even pollen agents kind of transferring pollen grains from one plant to the other, therefore leading to shortage of fruition of the fruits. Now, because of this traditional method, agroecology is coming in to provide alternative technological means of gaining production to mitigate these traditional modes of farming that is affecting not only the environment but has impact on the climate. Now, with the technology we are introducing, one will be able to reduce the emissions thereby and also have alternative means of increasing micronutrients and supporting microorganisms in the soil so that there will be that biodiversity can be maintained. Now, currently, we have seen that short-lived climate pollutants, and we have the long-lived climate pollutants. These are the two major categories we have placed the emissions. And we are also looking at, we're also looking at the various instruments that we'll be using to assess the emission from the field. Two fields are considered here. One is the maize farm, and the other is rice. The maize, because of the land preparation and the burning, that leads to the production of black carbon, where we measured with PM 2.5 and above. And we have the rice field, which emits, based on the various fertilizer application, emitting methane, and that one too, there's a black methane device that is used to access it. So on the whole, we are providing technology packs to help mitigate short-lived climate pollutant and long-lived climate pollutant by merging agroecology, circular economy to drive this ecosystem services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll start today's sessions with Sarath, continue from his session yesterday. We'll break at 10:30 for coffee, and then at 1 for lunch. After lunch, briefly, we would have, if there are any slides or presentations coming through, we will just listen to them 2 minutes each before Cosmos will take over the afternoon session till we close. Please, is that okay? So please, if you have any slides or anything you would want to share, kindly send them through to me or Nancy. We would load them. After lunch, we would just dedicate some few minutes to the presentations, then we continue. Please, let's welcome Sarath. He's setting up.
How many of you did homework? Okay, before we start, any quick questions from yesterday? Still remember the fundamental things? Because that's important, because we are going to work on that. Okay? So we'll go one step further into more modeling. But before we do that, I want to put up just 2 slides since we are starting. This is one of my favorite slides. Okay? All the models are wrong. Some are useful. It's very important. Okay? So it's the fundamentals. If you understand the concept, you can build your own model using your own data that works for you. Okay? You should not be like, oh, somebody coming from US or Europe and they say, oh, we have this model, use it. Now, it works for them. It won't work for me. Okay? But I want to understand what works in the model so that I will make it useful for me. Okay? That's why all our courses, we focus on fundamentals. Okay? Yesterday, when we went through the quiz and some back-end discussions. Pollution. When I say pollution, the fundamental equation that comes to your mind is mass over volume. That's it. Okay? In any situation, wherever you go, somebody says, I am doing monitoring in winter, automatically you should think winter means so temperatures are low. You look at, if there's a tropical area, temperatures are probably not that low, but if it's a northern area, temperatures are low, which means that whatever it is, your numbers are going to be high. Now, it's a simple logic. How much the exact number is something that will come from doing mathematics. But the concept should be clear. Just understanding those basic fundamentals, you can start building the story. The specifics that will come from a model or your monitoring data, that builds the story, that makes it even more fatter. That's it. Okay? That's good? Okay. Now, we'll go. This is another one that I really love. So this is an English phrase. I don't know if some similar exists in Africa also. But read what you love until you love reading. Okay? We don't read enough because we are always, it's that fear, same fear as models. We don't touch or we don't do any modeling because we fear it. So that's why I'm saying build your own model till you like, I can do this. Okay? Because I've seen you guys do the same thing with the monitors. I was amazed. Now, Teddy gives you a box of things and then you guys build a model. No, I mean, monitor is a model. Okay? You know all the parts. Okay, you love doing that. You're doing it. Right? Anything, you give you 10 pieces, you will build a monitor. It's the same thing. You have to do it. You do it 10 times, the 11th time it will come automatically. Same thing with the models. Don't be afraid. It's just one equation. The model, somebody says you have to download this, compile this, run this, get all this data and everything else. It's just fattened story at the end. But you have to know the basics. That's all. Okay? Then you'll automatically love doing modeling. Okay? Like for me, I'm doing this for last 29 years. Okay? I can't do anything else. I just love doing this, so I'm doing this. That's it. But you have to just get into it. That's all. Okay? More we do it, more will come automatically. Okay. Today I will continue on what we did yesterday and start looking at emissions. Okay? Eventually, all our discussions are going to be where is my pollution coming from. Okay? We want to quantify that. Okay? We are doing it in two ways. One, you are quantifying it on the ground. How much is the pollution already? That's coming from monitors. Okay? Now the other side of the story, we want to also quantify how much each of those sources are contributing to the environment. That's the emissions. That's the emission side of the story from the sources themselves. So we want to put a number to the emission load. Okay? When you have these numbers from news or for some paper, some meeting that you went to, how many vehicles are there in the city? You probably already know it. Okay? How do we translate that number into an emission load? If somebody says how much emissions are coming from the transport sector in your city, you want to put a number. Okay? It doesn't have to be like 100% accurate. It will never be 100% accurate. But you want to put a number. How do we do that? Okay? So the first session today, we will focus on transport calculators. Okay? If you can get some basic information, how do we estimate an emission load for your city? Okay? In different stages. One is a bulk number. Two is more details, some more details, like are they older vehicles? How old are they? So things will get more and more and more complicated. But the whole process starts with only one equation. What is that? When we're talking about emissions, one equation should come to your mind. starting. What is that? So building an emission inventory, we need two things. What are those two things?
Activity times something.
Activity times something. Activity times
I think emission factor.
emission factor. Activity times emission factor. That's it. That's the thing that has to come to your mind. I want to do emissions, so I want activity multiplied by emission factor. So how do we define that activity is different for different sectors? Okay? Transport is different, power sector is different, steel is different, brick kilns is different, waste is different, cooking, heating, all of them are different. Okay? But equation is the same, activity multiplied by emission factor. A lot of this building this activity number can be logical. Okay? So as long as you understand that, we can complicate things. So we will start with the transport sector for a start. Okay? Okay? So in the transport sector, we had this discussion also a little bit yesterday. So the activity is how many kilometers, this is usage, vehicle usage, how many kilometers are being driven in the city. Okay? It's kilometers, how many kilometers? Right here, obviously all of you are from different cities, but if we did a quick survey of how much each of you travel in a day, in your modes, if you're traveling by a car, for example, like how many kilometers is your daily commute?
From where I'm staying to the workplace is about half a kilometer.
Only half a kilometer. Okay, he's an exception. So, so you, Ibrahim, if you, do you travel in the city? Scooter, car? Car. Okay. Average commute in a day?
Probably like 3 kilometers.
Only 3 kilometers? Okay. All exceptions here. Usually in a city, they'll say 20, 30 kilometers, but good. Okay, if you're traveling less, that's good. So, if we do a quick survey around, in this room, so you'll have a number saying what is the average number of kilometers that one travels. Okay, so this is a very unique group. Okay? This is all environmental people, very conscious. Maybe that's why you're traveling less. That's a possibility. But if you do the same survey, for example, in a mall, okay, so it's a very different crowd. Then they'll tell you how many kilometers they travel. They may be dropping off kids to school or going to work or shopping or different kinds of activities, right? So they'll have a number, average kilometers traveled. So vehicle kilometers traveled per day. Then number of vehicles. If you multiply that with number of vehicles in the city which are on the roads, that will give you total number of vehicle kilometers traveled in the city. That is the activity. That multiplied by emission factor, you will have emissions. Okay? That is my emission load. Okay? So this is the simplest way of saying it. Okay? But now things get complicated. More details we have, more things we'll do. So where does the complication come? Number of vehicles. So in the number of vehicles, we have to account for different types of vehicles. So how many scooters are there, how many motorcycles, how many cars, jeeps, buses. Even buses, you have different types, big buses, small buses, mini buses, things. Trucks, big trucks, small trucks. So you have to account for all those things. Now they have some non-road vehicles as well, like tractors. So all those things have to come in. So you have to but equation remains the same. It's always activity. So you're just now breaking it up, saying, okay, for every mode, you get that number and you build a story. So the story doesn't end there, right? You also have fuel. How many of those vehicles are running on petrol? How many are on diesel? How many are on gas? Okay. Okay. That will define your emission factor, because emission factor is not the same. So PM 2.5 emissions from a petrol vehicle is very different from PM 2.5 emissions from a diesel vehicle, different from a gas vehicle, very different. So complication, but equation again still remains the same. So you start with one simple equation and you use that equation to, like for every category, 30 times, 40 times. Then you have a very detailed emission inventory. Okay. Another layer of complication is age. Vehicles with different ages emit different amount of pollution, emissions. Right? Older vehicles, generally, logically speaking, older vehicles will emit more pollution than newer vehicles. Okay? Because the emission technology is the control technologies are better in the newer vehicles than the older vehicles. Okay? So, but the equation remains the same. Yeah, lack of maintenance. So you can add all these things going forward in the calculator, but you have to start that calculator. Okay, very important. Okay. Later on, the more complication is, where do you put these emissions? Right? You take in the number of vehicles, you've taken an emission factor, and you calculated the emission load. So this is the emission load in your city. But is that emission load same across the city? No. Right? So if we create a grid over a city, the emission load will be different in different grids. So another layer of complication. How do I spatially spread the emissions that I have calculated? So I'll give you an example for that also, going forward. So this is where we need a lot of GIS information. Okay? So some of the things that I was showing you yesterday, what we did in Kampala. So you can have information on population data, road networks, urban areas and rural areas, where are your commercial activities. A lot of these layers is available for free. So we don't have to ask somebody, you don't have to buy it. But you need to know how to process that information. This is something the Cosmos was showing on Google Earth Engine and all those things. So you have to know that. That will come. Okay. I won't be able to show all those things today, but I want you to have a understanding of how these things can be done. Okay, so we will be using some of these players here. The very first one is this one. They're demonstrating 4 different approaches. Again, simple in Excel only. Okay. The same equation. All we are trying to do is calculate that activity number. Okay. Number of vehicles multiplied by vehicle kilometers traveled. Okay. In a day. Some vehicles, you can change it. Some vehicles may be traveling every day. Some vehicles are probably not traveling every day. So you can have that number also included. You multiply that 365 days, then you have it for the whole year. Okay. So you can calculate the emission load per day, or you can also calculate the emission load per year. But important thing is, fundamental equation remains the same. Okay. So in this case, I gave you a simple example for 5 different categories of vehicles. So you can go through some of the statistics that you have for your city, saying, okay, how many motorcycles are there in your city? How many cars are there? How many buses are there? How many trucks are there? To do a quick run of, okay, what could be my emission load in the city? You can quickly do that. Yeah? I'm not seeing many heads nodding, so I don't know whether it's actually understanding or not understanding. So I mean, if you're busy downloading, that's also fine. Yeah? But important thing is you should understand the concept, okay? Because you will not become an expert or anything. Here, the whole idea is that you understand the concept. So later on, you build it yourself, okay? It's a simple Excel file multiplying 3 numbers, that's all. Okay? You can also do it on your calculator. It's like that. Okay? But we complicate things. We'll slowly, things can be complicated. But if you build the model yourself, it will be a lot more easier for you to add more things. Okay? Generally, how many of you are familiar with how the transport numbers are collected? Generally speaking. No? Okay, if you want to get number of vehicles registered in your city, where will you go?
DVLA.
Okay, it's the same in all the countries, same acronym? I mean, Department of Vehicles something. Okay.
I think I've forgotten the full meaning, so I know it's driver's vehicle license and something I've forgotten.
Okay. So in India we call them RTOs, Road Transport Authorities, Road Transport Offices. So every district has a RTO where you go register your vehicle. If you're registering bought a new vehicle, you go there and register. I'm assuming it's the same process, and you get a license number. And that is valid for us. It's valid for 15 years. How long is that valid here? No. Okay. So they'll have statistics. They publish those statistics in the census. So the first shot is you can go to your DVLA office and you can download how many vehicles are registered in different years. Okay, so you can have how the number of vehicles are also changing. Are they increasing every year, decreasing every year? So you can have a lot of those statistics. Just from there, you will have a first table of number of vehicles. Okay, number of vehicle kilometers traveled. What is the usage? So that's not a number that will come from office, because they are probably not recording the odometer reading or anything like that. So that number comes from statistics. Okay, but you don't have to do a big survey for it. You can also back calculate. How do we do that?
So, where the buses were moving to. So, for example, if you have a bus moving from Kumasi to Accra, you take the departure terminal to the destination terminal to determine the distance to which the bus is traveling. So that's how I got my data for the buses. Yeah, long distance. Yeah.
But if you want to do it in the city, if I want to know how much buses travel in a city or in a day, during the day.
Yeah, usually here we have what we call trotro, and they all have their destinations. So you can just get it from them, estimate, and get it.
Actually, buses is actually easy, because you know exactly how many trips they make in a day, and they go from point A to point B. So if it is 10 kilometers and 10 trips, then they do 100 kilometers a day.
Yes.
The buses are actually the easy ones.
Sure.
But if you want to, let's say, know how many vehicle kilometers traveled in a day by a car, if you want to have an idea, what could be a process where we can do it just sitting at the desk? I don't want to go out. I don't have time or money to do surveys. Okay?
I think you can just use a map or something.
Similar to that, closely, the good idea. Map, but you can do Google Maps. So, for example, I'm sure all of you have an idea of what are the average speeds in your city. Average vehicle speed. No?
Yeah, it's there. But, you know, when the traffic is on fast go, people overspeed.
That's a possibility. So, like for example, in Cotonou, what will be average car speed? If you're like during the day, what will be an average car speed? Speed. Now you
In Cotonou,
uh-huh.
50 kilometers.
50 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 50 kilometers an hour. On average, people will be traveling for half an hour in one trip. In the city only. I'm not talking about going outside. So
70 kilometers.
that will be the high speed. Now I'm talking about in minutes. Somebody is traveling during a day to make a short trip. How long will that trip be usually? 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes? What will be
30 minutes.
30 minutes? So okay, if somebody is going at 50 kilometers an hour and doing 30 minutes, so how much is the vehicle kilometers traveled? How much has they traveled?
25.
25. Okay? 25. So if your city average speed, you have an idea of what the city average speeds are, and if you have an idea of how long usually people travel, you have an average number of vehicle kilometers traveled. So you can do the same thing for motorcycles. Motorcycles usually are a bit faster than the cars. If the cars are going at 50, then motorcycles are going at 70. No, average. 50 is actually a much bigger, a very high number for a city. Maybe Cotonou, you don't have traffic jams? No? You have? Because 50 is a very high number. So usually cities, we look at 30 is like a good number. Big cities like Accra, even like in Delhi or Bangalore, you've seen max is like 15, 20. You can't go more than that. Even yesterday when we were there in the traffic, we were not moving at 30. So we were doing like max was 30 yesterday. So, and we would travel for 20 minutes. So which means that we traveled only like 10 kilometers in 30 minutes. Okay. So just looking at Google Maps also, you will have an idea of what is the average speed of vehicles in your city. It's a data that you can collect sitting at the desk. You don't even have to go out and do surveys. So if you have average vehicle speed, and if you have an idea of how much people travel during a day, you have an average number for vehicle kilometers traveled. Okay? It's not a fixed number. It is something that we can update afterwards. Okay? But it's a start. Okay? So if you put this together and go to a transport department saying, this is what I think are people traveling, can you correct? They may be able to correct it. Okay? It's a start. You have to start that conversation. I can't see anything. So on the website you will see we put a separate calculator using exactly this concept, using vehicle speeds and how much a vehicle travels. Okay? If you tell me that hours traveled during a day by scooters is about 1.5 hours, okay? When I used it for a very big, this number is for a very big city where they're traveling a lot. But if you say that, okay, no, they don't travel, like for example, in Cotonou, they say, no, we don't travel for 1.5 hours. We only travel for 30 minutes, okay? Which means 0.5 hours only, okay? So change it. And see what happens. Okay, they are traveling only for 30 minutes. So let's do cars in Lagos. How many hours do you think people are on the road on average? 1 hour, half an hour?
About half an hour.
Only half an hour. I mean, you guys are much better than countries in cities in our country, our side.
It really depends on the time.
Yeah. Spoken
time
like
and the destination.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm saying average. So this is not about
average
time.
doesn't include the traffic.
Okay.
Does it include traffic?
Including traffic, yeah.
Ah, that's like 2 hours. That's like 2 hours.
2 hours.
Averagely.
Okay. That sounds like a big city, yeah. Yeah. So on average, people for all kinds of trips, short trips, big office trips, school trips, they're spending like 2 hours on the road. Okay. So that actually makes sense. They're spending like 2 hours on the road. So buses, like we earlier we mentioned, on average, all the buses are on the road for anywhere from 10 to 12 hours, right? Or I don't know if we have 24-hour buses, but okay. Trucks are on average how many hours? Yeah, they're going around, they're doing all kinds of jobs. So that's the whole idea. So for your city, depending on the kind of activities you have in your city, so you have some average numbers. You collect them. Okay? You talk to people. Okay? We put in 6 here, but if you tell me 6 is reasonable, okay. 3-wheelers. Do you have 3-wheelers? Those tuk-tuks or tempos you have? Because I didn't see anything on the road this side, but they're not allowed to. Okay. But they're also like trucks, and they're also like buses. They're also running around all the time. Okay. Now, average speed. So this is where, what is the average speed? Including congestion. Okay, what is the average speed of vehicles? Motorcycles. I've seen people like zooming like 40, 50. No, they don't have a limit. I know, nobody has a limit. The idea is not about the limits, but no, when they're zooming, they're going at 50, 80. But that's like a peak. I mean, they can't go 80 forever. So 60, okay. So that's the thing. So you have to evolve. So you have to make up a model for yourself. Okay, what is reasonable? On this, you can do variations. Okay, this is my peak hour speed. This is my not peak hour speed. You can change it. That's where the complications come. But this is a start. Okay. For cars, average speed, Lagos. Including congestion, and it depends, and the engineering answers, everything.
Okay, that's it said it's 40.
40, okay. Okay. Buses, they don't go much. Actually, like 12 to 15 kilometers is something that we've seen average across the world.
Buses are like 35.
35?
35, yeah.
Okay. Wow, they go fast then. Okay. Trucks?
Trucks are 40.
40, okay. And then 3-wheelers could be same as cars, so we'll just put them as 40. So, for that many hours of travel in a day, at those speeds, your vehicle kilometers traveled is so much. So, when you do this, then you can be a bit more, then you can do some checking. Scooters looks reasonable. Okay, in a day, scooters are traveling 30 kilometers a day, fine. Cars, 80 kilometers a day, that also sounds reasonable, a bit on the high side. But buses, 420 kilometers a day, it's not possible. So, including the 35 kilometers speed is like a peak speed. But if you include stop and go, pick up, drop, all those things, the 35 kind of comes down. So it will be anywhere from, let's say, like 15. So in 1 hour, it can go up to 15 kilometers. So even if you're taking a bus, for example, from point A to point B, you can think, okay, I usually travel like 10 kilometers, my home to office. How long does it take? Does it take 1 hour? The 10-kilometer trip in a bus? Yeah? Which means that the bus's average speed is anywhere from 10 to 15 kilometers, not more than that. So that includes all that idling, picking up, waiting in the traffic. all that stuff. So this is not about the peak traffic, it's about operational traffic. Okay? So, sorry. Okay. So now, if you tell me like buses are traveling 180 kilometers a day, that sounds reasonable. Okay? You can also include, so these are the things that once you start doing it, you will start making corrections yourself. So 12 hours is a driver shift. Okay? So, but they may not be on the road driving for 12 hours. They'll have breaks. No breaks? Okay. Okay. So you think a bus traveling 180 is reasonable? A day? Yeah? Okay. So even truck traveling for 240 and then three-wheelers also for 240. I mean, I consider this on a high side, but if that is the case, because I don't know operations here so much, so that seems reasonable. Then you have this is your first case. This is your first case study. Using a understanding of how the city moves, we have a understanding of what are the vehicle movement loads, vehicle kilometers traveled. We can put this together. Okay? So we haven't asked the question still yet on the fuels. How many are petrol, how many are diesel, how many are gas? Not that. This is just about trying to understand how many vehicle kilometers are traveled on the roads in your city. Very quick way of doing this. Okay? Very elaborate way of doing this is you do surveys. You go around asking people how many trips do you make for your office, how many trips do you make for your kids and all those, how many trips do you make for shopping, all those. Then you tally, make up a number and things like that. But this is the quickest way of coming up with what are my vehicle kilometers traveled. Okay?
Sarath,
Yeah.
please, there's a question on Zoom.
Uh-huh.
How do you obtain or determine the emission factor for different vehicle types?
Okay. I haven't come to that, but I'll definitely come to that. Generally speaking, you have to do a lot of emission tests in the labs, but we are not going to do that. But we are going to borrow those numbers from different case studies. So for a start, we have uploaded a big library of emission factors for everybody to use. There's a library of emission factors for different vehicles, different industries, for different fuels. So you can use this library as a first case. So if you don't have your own emission factors to use, you can start with that. Okay? Then you can be the judge. Is this number reasonable? You can be the judge. If you have to make some corrections, you can make some corrections. So we have some correction tools also. We'll go through some of them. But for a start, if you don't have anything to start with, this an average emission factor database that you can immediately use to start building your own emission model. Okay? So now, two pieces of the puzzle. One is the number of vehicles. So you will go to your DVLA and get the numbers on how many vehicles are registered or how many vehicles are on the road. They'll give you a number. You have that number. Okay? You want the vehicle kilometers traveled. You do a quick analysis of how the vehicle speeds are in your city, how often they travel, how much they travel. You have an understanding of vehicle kilometers traveled. Multiply those two, you have the activity for your emission model. Activity for transport. Okay? You can complicate this later, but you have a start. Just sitting here, we put together a calculator for transport for your city without going into too many details. Okay? So we can update this. So this emission factor here, this is an average emission factor for random pollutant. It's not even PM 2.5. This is just randomly put. Okay? But you can use our emission factor database. You can say, okay, you want to do PM 2.5. You go to the PM 2.5 sheet, take those numbers and put them. Those usually for transport sector, emission factor is in grams per kilometer. Kilometer is how many kilometers are the vehicles moving. Grams is grams of pollutant coming out of the tailpipe. So that's your grams per kilometer. Grams per kilometer multiplied by kilometers traveled in a day, the answer is in grams per day. Then you can multiply with 365 and all those things. You have grams per year or kilograms per year or tons per year. So units can be corrected afterwards. But fundamental equation is activity in kilometers, emission factor in grams per kilometer. You have emissions in grams per day or grams per year. Okay? Very quick. So you understand the fundamental process of doing this? Yeah? Okay. So this is one way of doing it. I won't go into these three different equations that are there, but these are more survey based. Sometimes it happens that you will not have information on how many vehicles are there in the city, but the Ministry of Petroleum or the Census Department can tell you how much fuel is being consumed in your city. Okay, how much fuel is being sold. Like for example, all the stations, fuel stations, they obviously have records of how much petrol are they selling, how much diesel are they selling, how much gas are they selling. They tally, because anything to do with money, it's all recorded, right? How much is it sold. So you have an idea of how much fuel is being consumed in the city. Okay? So at the base level, if somebody says, okay, I'm using 100 tons or 100 liters of diesel. So most of the diesel is being used in generally diesel is consumed by what type of vehicles? Trucks and buses. Yeah? So if you know an average fuel economy number, buses consume how much fuel buses for example travel how many kilometers per liter? Average. Sorry, louder. Yeah. No. Oh, on a trip, but
On a trip, like 5 liters.
yeah. Per
5
1
liters.
liter, how many kilometers?
That should,
Like mileage. Yeah.
that should be like
Big bus will be around 3.
no, I'm not talking about the big bus. I'm talking about mini bus.
Mini bus, okay.
Yeah. On petrol. Then like maybe 2 kilometers.
2 kilometers a liter, that's it?
Yes.
Okay.
About.
I mean, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
So even trucks are also, fuel economy is like 2 kilometers a liter. Because of the weight and the size, on the road conditions, they can't do more than that. Like a good car will be 15. You will get 15 kilometers a liter. Motorcycle you will get more. Motorcycle you will get, I don't know how much. In India we get about 30 kilometers a liter.
Fuel.
Yeah, type of road, all those things. And that, yeah.
Fuel. The
Fuel
fuel
also,
quality
yeah.
itself
Yeah.
matters.
Yeah.
So if the fuel is not one that encourages full combustion, you will get more. You will use more fuel.
Yeah. So if you are in congestion lots, you will even less. So you understand where I'm going with this. So you have fuel consumed in the city. You can get some statistics on how much fuel is sold in the city. Okay? If you know the fuel economy, how much is the fuel economy that I'm getting in the city? You can use those two numbers and you get the activity, how many kilometers are traveled. Okay? If in the city we are selling 100 liters of diesel and my diesel vehicles are consuming, they're traveling only 2 kilometers per liter. Okay? So overall, how many kilometers have I traveled? 100 by 2, 50 kilometers. Sorry, 100 multiplied by 2, 200 kilometers. If I sold 100 liters, I'm traveling 2 kilometers a liter, means I traveled 200 kilometers. Okay? Activity, that's your activity. Okay? So without doing like big surveys or looking at big models, we can calculate that activity number based on what kind of information we have access to. Okay? The first method is the conventional method. That's the way that we want to do it. But you look at what kind of information you have access to, then you massage that number to get that activity data. Okay? So once you start digging in a little bit, we can also help you with how we can use different types of information that's available. Okay? A third method, this is a bit more involved. This is again a lot more, it's a survey. It's only based on survey. There is no other way. But something like this also happens. If the city is doing a urban planning, they have urban planning, right? The grand master plans for the city. So what will be the city like in 2040 or 2050 or something like that? They'll have a plan. Okay? So they need to know how much people will travel in the future. So almost every city has a document somewhere. Okay? So you look at that. Okay, people are traveling. If you have a share, modal share, we call it in technical terms, modal share. Okay? So how many people are, what percentage of people traveling in bus? What percentage of people are traveling in car? How many are walking? How many are cycling? Okay? So you have an understanding. So will the same share exist in 2030 or 2035 or 2040? Will people use less cars? People use more cars? City has an idea. There's a surveys that people do and they came up with those numbers. So you can actually use that modal share. We call it modal share. Okay? Well, how many of those trips that people are making now will change in the future or now, even currently, even now? You can use that. Same way as the fuel consumed, we can use that and build the activity number, that vehicle kilometers traveled. Okay? But for this, you have to do a survey, or if you have to have you have to have access to that survey data. But it can be done. Okay? So I don't know what kind of studies are available in your city, but if you come across any of those, look at it. Okay? See if we can use that to build your activity number. Okay? This fourth one is that box model we talked about. Okay? Exactly the same but reverse. Okay? So if I know how much is the concentration in the city that you are measuring, okay, and you have an idea of where the meteorology, how the meteorology is. You remember the box model we talked about yesterday, right? Okay, winds moving, mixing heights, precipitation, all those things. Instead of calculating emissions, if you're going from emissions to pollution, we go backwards. Okay, so I know how much pollution is. If you have a source apportionment number and says, okay, in my city, transport is contributing 30%. Okay, we go backwards to calculate, okay, if this is the case, what will be the emission load from transport? You go backwards. You've got inverse modeling. Okay, so we can quickly do that. So exactly the same setup. Okay, you back calculate and come up with a number saying, okay, this is the emission load from transport. What is the drawback of this method? Drawback means negative. Yeah, what is the negative for this method? I mean, it tells you, some number of emissions, but there's a drawback. This has no information on whether it's motorcycles or cars or buses, trucks, nothing. It just says, no, so much emissions are possible from transport. That's it. We just back calculate. Okay? So, when you're doing monitoring, you have a source apportionment number saying what percentage of your pollution is coming from transport without doing anything, because you already have meteorological data. You can back calculate. So you have an idea. This gives you an idea what should be the range of emissions that you need to calculate. It gives you an idea to start. Okay, you go back to your first equation, you're doing, because eventually this is what you're going to do when you're doing an inventory. But you don't know what's the right number, range. What's the right range of number that final emission load will be. Okay? This helps you doing some inverse modeling, because you already know how much is the pollution in the city. If you have an idea of what percentage of that is from the transport, so you have an idea, you have a range saying my emission number should be somewhere in that 3,000 tons per year range. Okay? Then you go back and start doing bottom-up calculations. Bottom-up means from the basics, from the number of vehicles, vehicle kilometers traveled, and an emission factor. You have to, when you calculate the final number, are we in that range of 3,000? Because there is no right answer, because we don't have all the pieces of the puzzle. But if you put all of them together, you should have a range. It's like, okay, what I calculated backwards, and here what I'm calculating from the basics, they are in the same range. So I should be okay. This is what we call as cross-checking. We want to cross-check. So even in the monitoring, what are you doing by co-locating?
To validate it.
Validate it, to cross-check. You're cross-checking. You know that one method has a good reference, and then you're building another base model. Your sensors that you don't know whether they're correct or not. No, you're bringing them together, right? Same way. So from the monitoring data, you go backwards and say, okay, my answer should be in this range. Okay, then you're building a model saying, okay, am I in that range? If you're not in that range, you do some, what do you do in the monitoring? You
can bring in a factor to either increase or decrease.
Okay, so technical word
correction factor.
Calibrations. So you're doing corrections, you're doing calibration. So same way you can do the corrections. So in the inventory, what can you correct? Maybe your vehicle kilometers traveled are not right. So you go back and say, okay, are my assumptions correct in coming up with the vehicle kilometers traveled? Okay? Or you make other corrections saying, okay, maybe my age groups in my vehicles is not correct. Maybe I'll correct that. Okay? Or maybe my emission factors are not correct. Okay, right now we are borrowing the emission factors. Okay? Maybe I have to correct that. Right? So, very important. Most of the vehicles here are imported vehicles, which means that the age is already like 10 plus, 15 plus. Okay? The engine has been like used already. So you have to make a correction for that. Okay? So you can't blindly use a old emission factor. You have to make a correction for your fleet. So these are the corrections. This is the same way what you're doing in the monitoring. You are calibrating. So you have a reference number coming from the monitoring data. You back calculate it and say, okay, I need to be in this example, 3,000 tons per year range. Okay? So what corrections or what calibrations do I have to do in my activity data to come to that position? It's just, you just have to look at the numbers. You have to massage them. Okay? They're talking to each other. They're in the same range, which means that you are in a good shape. then you go to the next step. Okay? You understanding the flow? Yeah? So after coffee break, if I ask a question, you get answers, right? Yes? Okay. So I want to quickly do a scenario as well. So this is a scenario. This comes up a lot in the cities, right? Concept again is the same. Activity multiplied by emission factor, but this is an example for idling. Okay? You want to control idling, the congestion. Okay, you're talking to a policy person, and the policy person says, in my city I have too much congestion. Okay? I want to reduce the congestion. How do we convince? How do we calculate what is the cost of congestion? Okay? What is wasted during congestion? What is wasted during congestion? I'm sitting in my car. I'm just sitting there for 20 minutes, 25 minutes, half an hour. The engine is running, and what is getting wasted? Fuel. So fuel is wasted means what am I wasting? My money and time. I mean, we have to put cost on time as well, but right now what I'm wasting is my money on the fuel. Instead of moving, I'm sitting there, idling. Okay? So it's a scenario. Again, we're talking about the same thing, talking about the same emissions, but instead of emissions, we're talking a different metric. We're talking in terms of energy. How much energy is being wasted. Okay? It's the same process, it's the same inventory question only, but a policy. It's slightly different. We made it into a policy question. Okay? I want to reduce congestion in a city, but I need to know what is the cost of congestion in my city. So same inputs. How many vehicles are there in your city? Same, you go to your DVLA, you get those numbers and say that, okay, I have so many two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, buses and trucks. Okay? So how many minutes in a day are they idling? This is also a number that you can actually get from Google Maps. So in the Google Maps, if you do, I want to go from point A to point B. So during the rush hour, it will say, it will take you 40 minutes. And during the non-rush hour, it says, it will take you 25 minutes. What does it mean? You are wasting 15 minutes idling. Okay? So you can get this statistics from Google Maps again. Okay? Generally speaking, in your own city, I'm going to come back to Lagos. Okay? Because I'm assuming you probably have lots of official reports. Somebody else wants to volunteer. I'm just bugging him because he's right in front of me. Okay, generally speaking, what kind of congestion do you have in Lagos? Your scooters how much will they be idling at the traffic lights or?
We don't really have much of scooters.
Okay.
Or motorcycle within the city because they've been banned.
Yeah.
So we have more of the three-wheelers, cars.
Okay, cars, how much are they idling?
Wow. I can't really quantify, but it's a lot.
25 is a lot? Not 25 minutes?
About
Take a rush hour, yeah.
rush hour, plus or minus, maybe 50.
15 minutes? Okay, that's good. I mean, that's a start. So we'll say two-wheelers are idling for not so much. Okay. Let's say less than 5 minutes. Cars for 15 minutes. Sorry, three-wheelers and cars also for 15 minutes. Generally, buses usually have the stop and go, so they will be idling a lot more. So what we have here, the 240 minutes, that's 4 hours. So if they're traveling for 12 hours, 4 hours they'll be in the congestion mode. They'll be idling a lot. Okay. Trucks, Ibrahim? Trucks?
Sorry? Bus.
We can put a number for
Trucks.
trucks. Yeah.
I wouldn't have that of.
No? Okay. So right now then we'll just go with this default number saying, okay, 45. So if the vehicle, they have so many vehicles in the city, okay, if they're idling for so much time every day, okay, how much are they wasting? They're wasting so many liters of fuel in a year. Okay. Very simple statistics. Just looking at how the vehicles are moving in the city, we can put this together. So many liters of fuel is wasted every year. Okay. You can put a price. This is in the Indian rupees. I don't know how much is the fuel price here. What's the fuel price here? Petrol or diesel? 15. So $1 US. Yeah. So $1 US, it's the same. So it's our conversion is 85. So this is exactly the same number. So that much money is wasted. So now you can use something like this. So this is exactly same as emissions, but we are putting a price, a cost to it, saying this much is lost. So you can do the same thing. Yesterday we talked about pollution. You can convert the pollution into health numbers. No, what you want to do, health numbers can have a cost. So instead of talking in terms of concentrations, you can talk in terms of money. Okay? But this is how much is life cost? We don't know. Everybody has a number. So you can use that. But you understand this, right? So you can use this information to tell a story from this side. This is the amount of money being wasted out of pockets personally. Right? There's no official record for this. It's wasted. Okay? Can we reduce congestion? That's a scenario. If we reduce congestion, what happens? The amount of fuel consumed is less. Yeah? Means the amount of emissions that comes out is less. Right? So what happens if congestion goes down? Traffic speeds increase. Okay? Travel time decreases. Your vehicle kilometers traveled will also reduce. Our time spent on the road is reduced. Means your emissions will reduce. Okay? So this is a scenario. Okay? This is how you build a scenario. Concept again still the same. We're talking about activity multiplied by emission factor. Here the emission factor is the time wasted. The fuel wasted in idling. Activity is still the same. The time spent on the road. Yeah? Fundamental concept is the same. Yeah. Of the vehicle.
Assuming trucks waiting in traffic, if they are now able to move faster, will that have an impact on the lifespan of the road?
On the road, yeah, the wear and tear goes down, so obviously your maintenance has to be less as well. So you have that cost as well. So we are not going to that life cycle analysis. This is only looking from a emissions and energy perspective. Yeah.
The number of vehicles. There's a challenge I've observed where people register their car in different districts and then bring it to other places.
Yeah.
So in that case, is there a way you can cater for that?
Exactly. So that's the next level. You complicate. Okay. So the number of vehicles. Where do this number of vehicles come from? So right now we're just looking at a city as a one box. But if you break it up, then you can do it every district. Okay. Then we also have what we call as challan numbers. Like when people come in, sometimes coming from different regions, they pay a toll. So you have an idea of how many vehicles are coming from the other regions. Okay, so you can use that to make corrections. So this is the calibration/corrections I was talking about. So this will give you an idea. Then you have to make corrections. The same way you do calibration between sensors and reference rate stations, you have to do that calibration. Here also we have to do that calibration. Same way. Okay?
Now, so it will be difficult to tell which cars are moving from which place to which
True.
place.
So this is why we have to do, at some point we have to do surveys to understand what are the in-use vehicles on the roads. So you have to do a survey at some point, but if you don't have the time or the money to do a survey, but you want to understand the emission loads, this is a process to start. Okay? See, you're already asking the right questions. So once you start doing it, then you will start trying to answer those questions yourself. But the important thing is you have to start. Yeah. But these are all right questions because you're already thinking, how do I improve this number? Okay? Sorry, how are we on time? Huh? Okay. So generally, you understanding how do we, okay, this is again, if you start doing it, you start collecting all these numbers slowly, it will come up. It will come. Okay. Okay, so there was a question online asking how do I know I have a right emission factor or not. Okay, so one way of doing it, when you're on the website, you can use the library, okay, and you can calculate, you can use that library to have an average emission factor. Okay, but the average emission factor is for an average fleet, not very specific. But once you start, if let's say you have a lot of details on the vehicle data that you get from the DVLA, okay, so you know exactly how many vehicles are fresh, like 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, or how many vehicles are old, okay, 15 years old, 20 years old, so you have that information also. Okay, when somebody says my car or scooter is 20 years old, what can we get from that? No, that is logically, yeah, they are emitting more, but technology wise, absolutely true, that's also true. But that's the thing, so we can exactly know what kind of technology is in that engine. That engine was made 20 years ago for a certain standard. Okay? So whatever standard that was, like maybe Euro 1 or maybe there was no standard at that time. Okay? So we know exactly when that engine was made. So I'm in 2025. If I have a car which is 20 years old, which means the car was manufactured in 2005. So I know what were the standards at that time. Okay? So was it Euro 1 or no standard, or Euro 2, something. So I know exactly what the standard was at that time. Okay? So there's something called a deterioration function. So the engine deteriorates. Engine deteriorates over time. So how much has the engine deteriorated in the last 20 years? Okay? We can calculate that. Okay? If I don't have any other information, I'm not doing emission tests, okay, but I have information on how old the vehicles are, then I can go back and say, okay, I have 20% of my cars are 20 years old. Then I can make that correction. That's the calibration we have to do, right? I can make the corrections. For those 20% of the vehicles, I'm going to deteriorate. I want to, so the emission factor will increase with the age. I'll deteriorate the emission efficiency and calculate a new emission factor. So on the website you will see a demonstration of the method to estimate vehicle exhaust factors using standards and deterioration rates. So this is based on age. How do we make age-based corrections to emission factors? So this is a way to build your own emission factor depending on the kind of fleet you have. Okay? If you say that my fleet is, all of them is under 5 years old, good. So which means that they're all latest technologies, your fleet average will be very low. But you have a mix. 10% are 5 years old, 20% are 10-year-olds. Like that, if you have breakup, you can use this calculator just to, if you know what standards are there in different years, okay, then you can use it to calculate what will be the fleet average based on my fleet mix. Okay. So you have two options. You can use the average number from the library, or if you have details of your fleet, you can build your own emission factor. Okay. It won't be a perfect emission factor, but it will be a representative emission factor. It will bring all your numbers together to make a good story. Okay? You understand that? So this is the same question that I keep forgetting your name. Laurentia. Okay. So same question as how many vehicles are coming from different areas. This is the same way, but instead of areas, ages. How many of your vehicles are coming from different age groups? Then each age group will have its own emission factor. Okay, another level of complication. Okay? So you can calculate that. So this is what we call as deterioration rates. We deteriorate the engine. We know that engine is going bad every year. You apply that as an equation, and you have you can build a representative emission factor for your own fleet. So one factor doesn't have to be applied for all the cities. Every city will have its own emission factor for every year, because every year fleet is changing, right? Every year, today the cars are 19 years old. Next year it will be 20 years old. So the emission factor will change. So you can make a time-dependent emission factor as well. So every year it will change depending on your fleet mix. Okay? So this is another way of doing it. But keep in mind, fundamental equation still remains the same. Activity multiplied by emission factor. The emission factor is changing only because your activity is changing. Your activity now has broken down by age. Your emission factor will also be broken down by age. If your activity is broken down by fuel, emission factor will be broken down by fuel. Okay? But equation remains the same. You just, instead of doing one calculation, you're doing 1,000 calculations. Okay? Now, there is one more tool. So this is basically combining everything that I'm showing you. This is what we call as this WAP is 201. And this is this one. WAP is 101. Okay. Bringing everything together. Okay. So now we have vehicle kilometers traveled, vehicle numbers, okay, and emission factor. So you want to calculate and see how the numbers are changing over time. Okay, and you can build scenarios. Let's say in this case, a very base scenario, a random example, saying, okay, in the beginning, I have 100,000 vehicles. They are traveling 40 kilometers a day, and I have a age-dependent emission factor. So there's no new standards coming up. So over a period of time, the emission factors are deteriorating. They're going bad every year. Yeah. If I multiply that, I have a emission total, emission number, and I plotted that. Okay, so this is the total number of emissions and the vehicles in the city. Now, somebody says, okay, I am going to okay, now I'm going to make a scenario. Okay, in this case, let's say 10 years from now, these vehicles are not going to travel 40 kilometers, but they will only travel 30 kilometers. Okay, how can that be possible? Let's say these are cars. Okay, right now cars are traveling 40 kilometers a day, but 10 years from now, we want a scenario where cars will travel only 30. How is that possible?
Probably you have to reduce the speed of your car. Or you are traveling distance. Okay, so you
traveling distance has to come down. How
Yes.
is that possible?
you minimize how you use the car.
Yeah. How can we minimize If I when you are traveling 40 kilometers,
Yes.
I'll tell you, don't travel 40 kilometers. Travel only 30 kilometers. But you still have to go 40. What will happen to 10?
Then you use public transport then.
And in any other mode, there less emissions are possible.
Can cycle. You can.
They can cycle.
Yes, the
walk.
tank.
Exactly. So you have to have a option, a secondary option. So you increase public transportation in the city so that I can supplement, right? I don't have to do 40 every day. I'll do 10 in the public transport and 30 still in my car. So that's a possibility. Okay? Or more cycling and walking infrastructure is there in the city, safe, then it can go down to 30.
You go beyond the limit and pay, and that will prevent people from going beyond the limit.
So those are all scenarios. Okay? What we're trying to do is, how do we convert the scenario into a number? Okay? So our goal, our target is to reduce usage by 25%. I want to go from 40 kilometers a day to 30 kilometers a day. So how do we get that drop, the 10? So these are all scenarios. Maybe public transportation will increase, maybe there will be more walking and cycling infrastructure, or this restrictions will be there to not make that travel. So how do we convince? We want to know, okay, what will be the benefit of this? Okay. So 10 years from now, the cities, this usage will be only 30. Okay? So we can see, if we go from 40 to 30 kilometers a day, in this mode, if this was cars, for example, that will be the change that we will see in our emissions. A quick way of just visualizing. Okay, if somebody, for somebody making decisions, this is a very easy way, a very visual way to demonstrate what are the benefits of having more public transportation. So we're not talking about cost yet, where those buses will come or who will construct the cycling lanes or walking lanes, that's a different story. Okay? But to make that decision, we have to visualize the problem. Okay? Our problem, our goal is to get 25% reduction in the usage. What will be the benefit of reducing 25% of usage? Vehicle kilometers traveled, you can visualize that. Okay? This is one way of doing it. Okay? So it's not possible to get a sudden drop. Okay? So this change will come like over time. So you can change that, saying, okay, first it will go to 39, then it will go to 38, then it will go to 37, 33, 30, then it will continue. Then you can go and see. It won't be an immediate change, but gradual. You can make up that scenario, saying eventually I want 25% drop, but how will the 25% drop come? It will gradually come into the system. So you can play with it. Okay? But keep in mind, fundamental equation still remains the same. Activity multiplied by emission factor. It's just that we are visualizing the same thing over time. Okay? And all in Excel, no fancy model. one equation and an Excel sheet. You can build your own model, okay, using your own data. Okay? Whatever data is available, you will massage that information to make a story for yourself. Okay? Now, then you say that, okay, we want to introduce a new emission standard. Okay? So in the future, instead of having this 4, but maybe in 2030, a new emission standard will come, which will be half of this. Okay? All the engines will be much better. Okay? So so now you have more, the emission factor is also changing. You have introduced a better standard. Okay? Changes will multiply. You reduce the usage and you improve technology. Okay? That's it. Then your change is even more. Okay? Okay. So I want to demonstrate one more thing, like what you said. Okay, we want to put restrictions. So if you put a restriction, let's say we don't want any cars in the city which are 10-year-old. We want all cars less than 10-year-old. Because everything is under age split, so you okay, so there is a retirement age. So the retirement age, so we basically say that, let me increase this. Okay, so I'll say that, okay, I want the retirement age to be 10. Okay. So if you put in a new retirement function, so it won't change so much because the fleet is still, a lot of fleet is still there. Okay, but you will see the change. How much is the change? So the reason why I want to demonstrate this is you will get more benefits if the usage goes down. If the vehicles are still there on the road, you won't have so many benefits. If the usage goes down, you have more benefits. If the technology improves, you have more benefits. But we can calculate and each and every scenario separately, then put them together. If all of them happen, no, good, we'll have a lot more benefits. But slowly, it has to come in. But you understand the process? We started with one simple equation, but you can slowly, you can complicate it. You can complicate it to number of vehicles, you can complicate it to number of fuels, you can complicate to age groups, okay? Then you can build scenarios. Understanding? Yeah? I mean, you think you want to do modeling? Yeah? No, that's the most important part. Like I want you to use the data that you will find in your city, not just do monitoring and show a line. I want you to understand. I want to build what is after monitoring. Okay? I want you to tell why are you measuring so much pollution. Okay? You can calculate all these things using information that you already have. You don't have to go out and do a lot of things. Eventually you have to, if you want to build a very, very robust model, you have to do that. But start. Okay, we have to start. Okay? Yeah, I'm going to stop here. Then we'll have a coffee break. But think about questions because we will do other sectors. Yeah?
2. Item 12 is ready.
Enim obi. Odo we kakacho.
Upgrade the way you trade with the Exness mobile app.
start. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, we are back. Okay, we'll continue with one more piece of puzzle in the transport sector, and then we'll move on to the non-transport sector. Okay. So the fundamental equation we talked about for emissions inventory, activity multiplied by emission factor, it gives you total emission load. Okay. So how much is the emissions coming from my city, total? Okay. But spatially, I want to put that number on a map. Okay. How do we do that? Okay. So we create a grid. The example that I showed you for Kampala yesterday, we create a grid for your city. So each grid is like 1 square kilometers. So you can decide on the airshed size. And I want to put emissions on in each of those grids and create a map for the city. Okay. Will every grid have the same number? Okay. If I have 100 tons per year emissions, will every grid have the same number? No, right? Yeah? No, it won't have same number, right? Where will be the highest emissions? It's transport sector. In the vehicle exhaust emissions, where will be the highest number of emissions?
I'll pick the transport sector.
In the map, if I put those emissions on the map, okay, where will be the high density of emissions?
City center. Maybe industrial areas.
Marketplace.
Sub-districts, okay, some satellite areas, yeah.
Airports?
Activity centers, okay. Where else? What else can you think of? City center, satellite cities, airports, commercial areas, activity centers, and
On the roads. Roads.
so roads is also important, on the roads. See, I didn't say anything. You already know all the layers of information that you need to spatially disaggregate the total amount of emissions that you have calculated. So if you have calculated from that example, say 3,000 tons per year, you have calculated that number. Okay, how do I distribute? Okay, let's take the layer of roads. So you have layers of roads, highways, primary roads, arterial roads, small roads. Okay, you have the roads density. In every grid, you know how many kilometers of highways is there. You know exactly where the highways are. Okay, now take one mode, trucks. So you have calculated truck emissions, heavy duty truck emissions. Where do you think they will be? Will those emissions be on the city in the city center?
Harbor. Then depots. Sometimes railway stations.
But these are all small spots. But across the map, if I have to put truck emissions, where will they be mostly? So on the map, truck emissions, heavy duty truck emissions will be mostly city corridors, highway corridors, right? Because most of the big trucks will be traveling on the corridors. So logically, if I calculate all my truck emissions, most of those emissions will be on the highways, right? Highways, and some of them will be at the big places like ports or airport or big commercial hubs, things like that. Okay? You have a layer, you have an understanding of how much. Okay? Where at least. Now take cars. Where will they be? Car emissions will be where? City center. Mostly around the city center, and another layer that we can use, cars emissions will be very similar to, there will also be some on highways, of course. You see, and another, just like the city center map, if we have to correlate, I want to correlate something, some other density, not road density, some other density, what will that be? Which will be similar to, so that's where most of the cars will be, a car movement will be. At a first order guess, what will that be? Markets again are small places.
Bigger malls or shopping malls.
Those are layers that we will use. Yeah. Anything else from that side? Ibrahim? I'm going to come back to you. Okay, so cars, city center, and what else? A layer of information, that a GIS layer of information that we use, which has a very direct correlation to car emission. What will that be? Some of the things that I showed yesterday.
Garages. Vehicle garages.
Garages. Okay, where are the
car
garages?
parks. The parks.
Parking lots. Yeah.
You have a certain emission there. Different vehicles are loading at different points, so the emission is higher.
So we call them as hotspots. So they'll definitely be, there are always hotspots. But if I don't have that information, is there a basic information that I can use to spread my car emissions? A most basic information that I can easily get. For spatial distribution. You already done the car emissions, you have the emissions. I want to know where those emissions will be. In the markets is one place, but in general, make it more general. Like, I want to generalize it even more. I know, it's new to you, all of you. So, parking, I guess, like that's what he said. So, population, that generally is like a most basic layer of information that we can use is population. So, at least the general logical idea is wherever the people are, that's where the cars are. Right? I mean, they'll move around, but the layers are there. So, you have the hot spots. So, that's where they move to. Okay? So, this is the most basic. If you don't have any information, okay, any of the layers of information, but population information is available. So, you can, that's always available. So, that's your first order. So, we can spread that. So, automatically, when you look at the population map, the most high density areas will be city center, right? So, like you said, most of the emissions, car emissions usually will be in the city center, right? So, but you can add layers. We have now more layers of information. So, I know population, I know urbanized areas, I know all the commercial activity areas like parking lots, where are the markets, malls, all the concentrated areas. Like I know the origins and destinations. So we can create layers, we can create weightages, saying what percentage of my emissions can be associated with population density. No, what percentage of emissions can be associated with highways or small roads, big roads. So you create these layers of information and you create percentage of weightage. Okay? So we use that. So for scooters will be different, cars will be different, trucks will be different, because they all travel in different ways. Okay? So you use the fundamental equation, you have calculated the total emissions. Okay? Now you want to put those emissions on a map. So this is one of the ways. Okay? We create weightages. So we create weight. Okay? So the total emissions, you create weight. Okay? So two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, all of them have different weights. Like how much of the percentage of those emissions will be on highways. So for heavy-duty vehicles, I am saying 70% of the emissions will occur on highways. It's true, not true, it's something that we will determine afterwards. Okay? But it's a first guess. Most of those truck emissions are going to be on the highways. So we used 6 or 7 layers here, 8 layers here. Highways, urban secondary roads, urban other roads, non-urban roads, okay, population, industrial hubs, and commercial hubs. So commercial hubs is a combination of everything. So you have markets, malls, industrial estates, your parks, parking garages, traffic lights, a lot of these transport-centered places, or even destinations, hotels, hospitals, those kind of things. So you can get all these hubs, layers of information from OpenStreetMaps or even from Google as well. You can use them. So you create a weightage. Okay, what percentage of my emissions are going to be in each of these places? Okay. So now all this is doing is assigning whatever number that you have calculated and putting them on a map, saying, okay, this will be how my emission map will look. If my city has 50 by 50 grids, so we created a grid, okay, and this is how it's going to look. So now somebody will say, no, this map looks very different. No, maybe I want to change something. So this is where you start playing. You can say that, okay, no, my highway emissions, trucks are not going to be mostly on highways. I want them all at the commercial hubs. Will that make sense or not? It will something we'll know only after we do the modeling. But here you can at least immediately visualize. Okay? If you tell me that no, truck emissions are not on the highways, but they are mostly at the commercial hubs. Okay? So they are not moving so much, they are just idling there or doing most of the work over there. So if you look at this, we can take a quick snapshot just for reference. Okay. And say, okay, do it again. So now it will give me a different map because I removed all my highway emissions and put them in the commercial hubs. You will see that the map will be very different. You can see all the highways have become lighter. So in this case, a lot of emissions were on the highways. So now they are not. Okay. So this is correct or not, we don't know. But you can create a logical calibration method. Okay. Where are my emissions going to be? Okay. So later on, once you are doing full emissions modeling, full chemical transport modeling, trying to calculate the pollution, this will really come in handy. Okay. This is way to visualize, put the numbers on a map. Okay. You are understanding why we are doing this? Yeah? So it's one thing to calculate how much is my total emission load. But I also want to put that number on a map. Okay? So I won't go into GIS and show you how it will look on a GIS map, but the data will be in GIS format. You can convert it into a GIS map as well. But you can quickly see it in Excel. If each of these was a grid in your city, you can quickly visualize it this way. Yeah? Are we good? Okay. Okay, same fundamental equation, yeah. But now we'll do other sectors. So what can we do in other sectors? So all the examples that we have seen in the last 2 hours are on transport. Now I'll show you some what we can do in the other sectors. Okay. Equation remains the same. With each sector, you have to modify that equation a little bit. The activity definition. Okay. Generally, like how much energy is consumed, and then you have an emission factor. If you look at, let's say, industries, what kind of information can you get from industries? Generally, what kind of information can you get from an industry?
Industry?
Any industry. Let's take fertilizer.
Linked to emission? I'm thinking about fuel consumption also. Yeah.
Yeah. So they'll tell you how much fuel are they consuming. So they'll have records saying I'm consuming 100 tons of coal, or I'm consuming 100 tons of gas. Or some smaller factories, they'll say I'm not using any coal or fuel, I'm using electricity directly. Okay. So if they're using electricity, which means that emissions at the plant is
It's lower as compared to
zero.
Yeah.
If they're using electricity, zero emissions. I mean, where the electricity is coming from, that's a different story. There they'll have emissions, but if a smaller plant is using electricity, then so every industry will have that record saying how much coal that they're using, how much gas or how much fuel oil that they're using. Okay? Fuel consumed multiplied by emission factors. Sometimes they give you the data in terms of energy, because almost every city or country, they're doing this carbon registries, right? CO2 carbon registries, which means that they have some information on total energy consumed. That information is only used for calculating CO2 emissions. So we can use the same information, right? So we'll use the same information. So if we have energy consumption, how much is that consumption multiplied by emission factor? Third one, we went through this earlier for vehicles. We have number of vehicles, vehicle kilometers traveled multiplied by emission factor. Fourth one is for the open waste burning emissions. So for a waste burning emissions, the activity will be waste burnt multiplied by emission factor. So how much of the waste is being burnt in my city? Okay. Generally speaking, so we will come to that. I have a different one. So we have diesel generator sets. Are they prevalent? When you have diesel generator sets in most of the cities still? Yeah? Diesel gen sets? Not sure. No, if the electricity goes, for example, in the hotels and hospitals, they have diesel gen sets, right? Independent diesel gen sets, yeah, to supplement electricity. Now, especially hospitals, for example, hospitals are required to have a gen set. I mean, suddenly they can't say that electricity went. when somebody on the nebulizer be gone, right? Not possible. So the diesel gensets are there. So for example, I want to know how much are the emissions from diesel gensets. So it is diesel burnt multiplied by emission factor. So you'll have an inventory for diesel gensets. Right? But you need to know where are the gensets. So, but you can also use it different from layers. Most of the hotels will have it, malls will have it, hospitals will have it. Usually the industrial estates will have it. So you have layers of all that information. You can calculate what is the possibility that they will run the diesel gensets. Even from the power department, you know how many times the power goes. Okay, if you have power cuts for 1 hour or 2 hours, just using the demand, electricity demand every day, you can calculate how much diesel is burnt to supplement those power breaks. Okay, so but you have to collect that information. Okay, but the equation remains the same. For diesel genset emission inventory, we want to know how much diesel is burnt. Diesel is burnt when power is gone. So we know when the power is gone, how much it's gone. When it's gone for 1 hour, 2 hours, you can back calculate. Okay, but the equation remains the same. Activity multiplied by emission factor. Okay, I'll give you a few examples for different sectors. So this is for a big power plant. So if you have a power plant, coal-based power plant, Accra has a coal-based power plant. And some people are missing. I have to come back to you, Abraham. Is there a power plant in Lagos? Is there a power plant in Lagos?
Power plant, yes. There are many. It's gas.
Gas.
Yes.
Okay. The gas power plant is fine. So this example is for coal, but you can do exactly the same thing for gas as well. Okay. So how big is the plant? 200, 300, 400 megawatts?
No. Before now, power was centralized before being decentralized. So they only had capacity, they give them capacity then to generate just 10 megawatts per region.
Okay.
But now it's been decentralized. But the 10 megawatts within the state capital, we had about 4 at different locations. So 10 megawatts supplies the secretariat where the government's activity comes up.
Okay.
And the parks and powers the street lights also.
Okay, good to know. So how many of these 10 megawatt plants will be
We have
around?
about 4 for now.
So we have about 4.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's enough for the all of city, or you get more power from outside?
More power is coming.
From outside?
Yeah. 3 months ago, the state just signed its own electricity law.
Okay.
That will now bring in people to invest to supply the state as a whole.
Okay. So it's the same formula. So if you have coal or gas, so in Lagos it's all gas plants. So you can use the emission factor for gas. So in this example, this is coal. So you can substitute that with the gas emission factor afterwards. Let's say if any other place with a coal power plant, Accra, in your area. Accra doesn't have a power plant, big one outside. You have
thermal plants that
Yeah.
help us with our to support our grid, national grid. And for coal, I doubt, but we have also the hydro. That also.
You're mostly hydro.
Yes.
Okay.
I think these two are normally used. For the
Okay.
thermal, we use gas to power the thermal. Then
Okay.
we have the hydro also helping us to generate the power.
Okay, cool. I didn't know that, so I didn't make a gas version, but it can be easily modified. So, but the process remains the same. Okay, if you have a power plant, let's say if a coal power plant and you have a plant of capacity, say 300 megawatts, there are again some thumb rules. How much coal is consumed to make 1 kilowatt hour of electricity using coal? So you can get that from the literature. So you have, if I have a 300 megawatt plant, how much coal is being consumed or it needs. Okay? Or you can also start backwards. You can, from the power plant, you know how much coal are they using every day or every month or every year. These records are published pretty much in the public domain. You can access it in multiple portals. So we have examples of where one can download a lot of this information, especially for the big plants. So we don't have information for small plants, but big plants, it's very easy to get. Okay? So if you know how much coal is being consumed, you know how much energy is there. So you know how much energy is consumed to make 1 kilowatt hour of power, electricity. So you have an emission factor, multiply that, and you have emissions. Okay? If we don't know the exact number, what the power plant's operational capacity is, that's where we make scenarios. Okay? So this is a friend of mine used this exact calculator and made it into a web-based model. It does exactly the same thing that I showed you in Excel, but here we can immediately play with it. Okay, I don't have, my capacity is only 300, so you can play with it, 300 capacity or 2000 megawatt capacity. So for 300 megawatt capacity, if my power load factor means how much of the total load is in use for each of the power plants. It's a 60% means only 60% of the time it is actually generating electricity, not 100% of the time. Some places actually use it for 100%, some use it for less percent. So this is something that you can get from the power plant, the information. Just put that coal demand. So if you don't know the exact number from the literature, you can adjust that. And the ash content efficiencies, if you have some information from the controls, you can include that and you can calculate the total emissions for all the different pollutants. Okay? But key thing is, fundamental equation remains the same, activity multiplied by emission factor. Here your activity is how much coal is consumed to make 1 kilowatt hour of electricity. If you can get that, we can build a emission inventory. Yeah, for power plants. So the same thing is there in Excel as well. So this is, you can change, here you don't have that scroll bar going up and down. You just enter the numbers that you can get for that power plant. So if you have, let's say, 10 different power plants, if you want to do this for the entire country, if you have 10 plants, then you just multiply the sheet 10 times. Then you have a different inventory as well. Make sense? Understanding? Okay? Okay. This is for waste burnt. Open waste burning. This is a little bit tricky. So it depends on a few factors. So open waste burning will depend on population density. Yeah. Of course, so more population means more waste is generated. Yeah. So we have to do something about it. So what are the factors? No? What are the factors?
Well, there are different factors that one can consider. One, nearness to landfill site, the waste management program of where one resides, the frequency of pickup of waste, the the landfill management system, people's knowledge or information about waste burning.
That's it. So he just listed all the factors you need to know. So first is population size. How much is your population size, right? So if you have 2 million people, so all the 2 million people are, you know how many households are there, so they're going to generate waste. Yeah. Now, how much waste are they generating on average? So you need to have a understanding of that. So if I have 100,000 households and they're generating 1 kilo waste every day, then I'll have 100,000 kilos of waste every day. 100 tons. I have 100 tons of waste every day. Generally speaking, ideally, I will then need a 100 ton capacity landfill. Okay? But it also means that all the waste generated is going to be picked up. So that's what we call as collection efficiency. So what is the collection efficiency in your city? All the waste generated is picked up and taken to the landfill? Yes or no? What is it? Is it 50%, 100%, 40%? So you can decide. So you come up with a number saying, okay, so how much is the waste? How much of that waste is picked up and taken? Any waste not picked up, generally speaking, it will eventually get burnt. Is that the same case here? Yeah?
That are picked up are burnt sometimes.
Even that's also burnt.
Yeah.
So we do have some landfill fires.
Yes.
So even at the landfill we have sometimes fires.
Yes.
So that's also, that can also be checked using some satellite images if what parts of the landfill is getting burnt. So this is where the satellite images come in really handy. Nowadays you can actually see that. If it's a very big landfill, there's a burning happening, we can see it. Okay. So I know how many households are there in the city. Okay. So I know what is the per capita waste generation, how much waste is being generated per household. I have an idea of that. What is the collection efficiency? Okay. Is the waste collection is 50%, 60%, or 100%? So we can calculate, we can estimate that also. Okay. If you multiply that, we know how much waste is not collected. Yeah? If 60% is collected, 40% is not collected. Okay? If it is wet waste, it will get composed. When it will get composted. But if it's not wet waste, it will get sit there, it will eventually get burnt. Those are open waste burning emissions. Okay? So at the city level, we can kick, somebody hacked. So at the city level, okay, we can calculate that for the whole city, like this. But the way we did transport emissions, this is not going to be the same everywhere. Okay? Urban areas will have higher efficiency, right? Fuel collection efficiency. The city center, waste will be collected more than the suburban areas. So we can't just say that it's 40% everywhere. It's not possible. City centers will have higher than the non-city centers. So same concept, the scenario player that we had yesterday. If you can divide your city into zones, districts, let's say you have 10 districts in my airshed, some districts will have higher collection efficiency than the other districts. So you can also then break it up, break up the entire calculation by district. District by district you have population information. Waste collection rate, waste generation rate will be same. We assume that all the households behave the same. So you have same waste generation rate. Okay? But the collection efficiency will be different. This is the same sheet that I showed you earlier, but for districts. Okay? If you break up the same calculator into 10 districts. Then you can change the number by district. Okay, how much population there in each of the districts? What is the generation rate in each of the districts? You can even change the generation rate. You can say that, okay, city centers may have a higher collection efficiency, but they're also generating more waste. No, it's possible. Yeah, so you don't have to have the same number for all the districts, the generation rate. Okay, some districts will have, here in this case it's 0.5 and it's not my count. Okay, so you can in the here, so you can actually change for each of the zones how much is the waste for different zones. If you don't want to use a different number, you can always use the same number, saying across the city my waste generation rate is the same. Like, fine, that's a good assumption. It's a start. Okay, more information you have, you can improve the calculation that much more. Okay, same thing with the collection efficiency. City center districts will have higher efficiency, outside lesser efficiency. Okay, you can do a cross check afterwards at the end when you are doing at a city calculation. If you already know what is your landfill size, so total waste collected can't be more than the landfill size capacity. If your landfill size capacity is only 300 tons a day and your total waste generated is like 500 tons a day, which means that any given day 200 tons is not picked up. Okay, that's a given thing. So you can also use your landfill size capacity as a cross check in your calculations. But fundamentally equation remains the same. Activity multiplied by emission factor. In this case, activity you have to calculate using population size, collection rate, and your generation rate. So multiply those three, you have a total activity number. How much waste is not collected and left out to burn. Total waste burned. And you complicate. You want to do it district by district, is this way. You can also do it at a grid level if you want to, but it goes to a completely different extreme. Understanding? Yeah? So the same case, is like the way we did scenarios in transport, you can also do scenarios here. Okay? So you mentioned behavioral change. You mentioned behavioral change. Like people need to be aware of how the waste is managed and stuff like that.
Yes.
So now, if I have a awareness program, okay, what will that change in this equation? Which number will change?
The number of waste that goes to the landfill side will change with the more knowledge people have about it, because some people won't give the waste management just on their waste with the intention of burning.
Yeah.
So by the time they are more educated, the percentage of waste going to the landfill is going to increase.
Yeah. So in a way, the waste generated will also come down.
Yes.
So you're more aware you are. You will recycle, so you won't dump everything into the landfill.
You sort from source.
You sort it yourself. Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. So your waste generation rate will go down.
Yes.
So in this example, we put 5.5 kilograms per day, like 500 grams a day. That's the waste being generated.
That's the average.
Yeah, that's an average example.
That's the average for human generation in a day.
Exactly. So you can make a scenario saying that, okay, can we reduce this by 10%?
Okay.
Okay. So
Yeah.
it's a scenario.
Yeah.
We don't know how much it will take to raise this awareness,
Yes.
but it's a scenario. So can we reduce this from 0.5 to 0.45? Okay. Then how will this change the emission scenario? It's an emission scenario. Because the emission player, the first player that we talked about, okay, the zone player, the players, Remember this? We did this in the first session yesterday. Okay. So I need to reduce certain amount of emissions in the waste sector from the open waste burning, because open waste burning is contributing 10%. I want to reduce it. Okay. But you need to know where those waste emissions are coming from, right? So we have a waste emission calculator saying this is how, where the population, I know exactly where the population is, how much they are generating, how much is being managed, and how much is left to burn. Okay. Here, can I reduce, if the scenario player says that you have to reduce your total emissions in the waste by 30%. If I want to reduce total waste emissions 30%, okay, how can I achieve that 30%? Here, one option is behavior change. So if I change people's behavior and not make 0.5 kilograms per day to 0.45, 10% less. Total, how much will be the change? Okay, it's still not 30%. Now, if I improve management, the collection efficiency. So if I improve my collection efficiency from 50% to 60%. Okay, because I'm not leaving so much waste on the ground, but I'm leaving less waste on the ground to burn. Scenarios. So you can build scenarios at every stage. The waste generation rate is at the individuals. The individuals have to reduce the waste generation. Okay? Collection efficiency is part, that job is for the municipality. So the municipality has to put money to increase the number of trucks or number of people, number of processes, the amount of processing that happens at the landfill, that has to change. Okay? So some responsibilities at the individual level, some at the management level. Okay? So you can do scenarios. So my scenario player says I have to reduce waste emissions by 30%. How can I achieve that? Can I achieve that all from not generating waste, or can I achieve part of that by generation rate, part from management? So you can build detailed scenarios for each of the sectors. Okay? So this is how different pieces of the puzzles come together. For every sector, you can build individual scenarios. The first player that we saw, it just tells me this is how much I have to do in each of the sectors. Okay, in this player, just looking at total averages, total source apportionment number, it's telling me this is much I have to do in each of the sectors. But in each of the sectors, where will I do it? Then we need to have individual emission calculators. Okay. This is how you build it. Okay. Again, base principle is the same, activity multiplied by emission factor. Okay. So you slowly build. So in that activity, we get scenarios. The way we had it in transport sector as well. In the activity, we'll have scenarios. Vehicle kilometers traveled, you have scenarios. Idling, you have scenarios. You put in public transportation, that's a scenario. Walking and cycling, that's a scenario. Here, reducing waste generation rate, a scenario. Increasing the collection efficiency, scenario. Okay? Increasing the landfill capacity, no, that's also a scenario. More waste is managed. You slowly, we're bringing in all the pieces of puzzles. Eventually, we're looking at only one simple tool only, one calculator only. Scenario, like what I have to do to reach my target. My overall target is I want to reduce 20% of my pollution. Okay? Then I have to cut emissions at all the sources. These are all my sources. Okay, how do I cut emissions at each of my sources? So when we start building these individual pieces of tools, then you will find out, okay, this I can do something here, I can do something in this sector, I can do something in this sector, okay, like this. So in power plants, there is also a scenario. The power plant is there and it's generating electricity. Okay. Now I want to reduce the coal consumption at the plant. What's the scenario? I want to reduce the dependence on the coal power plant. Then what can the city do or what can the individuals do? Scenario. That side. So I want to reduce the dependency on power plants. What can I do? I mean, power plants obviously they are giving electricity, but with pollution. So there's emissions coming from the power plant and it's creating pollution. I want to reduce that.
Okay, on the
alternative scenario. Yeah.
Yeah, so we can go for other alternatives like solar.
Solar and wind power. Yeah. So that's the scenario. So if
on the part of policymakers, they can reduce the duty cost of importing some of these or renewable energy materials.
Yeah. So those are the ways of doing it. But the main decision is if we can substitute the electricity from the power plants with solar or wind power, renewables. Okay. So now you can say, okay, I'm going to introduce 10% of renewables or 20% of renewables. Then the question is, okay, how do I achieve 10%? Then what you said comes into picture. Making it easier to install renewables, then it will make it happen. So the scenario in this case, in case of power plant, the scenario is I want to reduce 10% of electricity generation at the plant, then what do I do? How do I do it? It's possible through renewables. It's a scenario. Okay? Okay. Now, same thing. We'll come to domestic sector. Cooking. What do you think? Now I think you should just do it yourself. I think this session will be run by you only. Now I want to do an emission inventory for cooking. What will be my activity?
The amount of biomass burning.
Okay, I mean that's it. So you have biomass burning, coal usage, maybe wood usage, LPG usage, electricity usage. Now some of the houses also use inductions, electric cooking in some of the places. Yeah. So the census. If you go to census, they have all the statistics. What percentage of households use what kind of fuel? So you have an understanding of that. And that information is available at the district level. Yeah? In some places, even at the village level, you have that information. Yeah? How many households, what percentage of households are using wood, coal, or cow dung, or gas, LPG, and electricity. Once you have that, you need how much energy is needed for cooking. There are standard numbers for different cooking methods. So you can actually use that. Yeah? You have that gives you total energy used in the cooking. Use the emission factor, multiply, you have a total emissions for cooking. Same methodology that we have used in all other places. Methodology is the same. It's just that how do you get the activity data? Now, if you want to complicate that a little bit, at the city level, I know how many households have biomass and gas or electricity or LPG, like that. Now I want to complicate. I want to put on a map. How do I do that? I want to put cooking emissions on a map. The way we did it in transport sector, exactly the same way, I want cooking emissions on a map. How do I do that?
on grids to try to do a map like for transport. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what. How do we do it? What layer of information will we use?
We have to locate the point where emissions are going from, coordinates, latitude, longitude, try to do a map with.
Okay. That's the start. So basically, if you know exactly population density by grids, we can calculate it at the grid level. Yeah. Okay. You're going to say something?
Yeah. Once you know the population, you're able to now stratify based on the source of fuel, maybe LPG, maybe firewood from the population. Then you do a spatial analysis of it.
Perfect. That's it. Okay. So even at the village level, at the household level, you know how many households are there in each of the villages, and you make layers of that. How many of them are using LPG? How many are using wood, coal, biomass, and other layers? Then you stratify that, and then you calculate and put it in. Perfect. That's it. Now I'll show you an example. It does exactly what Ibrahim has explained. This is put together for all of Guatemala country. Okay. So they have just 29 zones, 22 zones. Okay. So input is the same. So how many zones are there? And each of the zones, what percentage of people are stratified as urban, what percentage of people are stratified as rural, and in each of those zones, at the grid level, we can estimate emissions and put them up on a map. Okay. So district by district, zone by zone, you can calculate the total emissions and total energy consumed. But the methodology is exactly that. So you can download the whole file, and you can change the zones into your zones, and you can do the calculations. But you understanding the methodology? Yeah. So here we used, we even left out some room for different methods, different fuels. One second. Okay. So these are some standard fuels that we have put in. Biomass, coal, cow dung, kerosene. That fuel 5, 6, 7, 8, they're empty. We just left it as empty. But if you have other fuels that are being used in your area, then you can substitute some of them. Yeah. So this is an example where a constant number is used for all the areas, but then you can change that, saying like how much of the urban population is using what fuel. You can change that information. You can say that in my area, okay, in this area, biomass is used for 25%, coal is used for 40%, and then none of these are used. You can say 0, 0. And some charcoal, fuel, LPG, and some electricity. But this is the data that you'll have to collect for your district. Okay. Same, you do this for urban areas, you do this for rural areas, then the rest of the calculations are done. Activity multiplied by emission factor. From the library, we put in a constant emission factor rate. Okay, for all the different fuels. Okay, so you can change this value if you have local studies for each of these fuels coming from your studies. You can change it yourself. Okay. Generally, my audience also are missing. A lot thinner than the early morning session. Okay, but you understand the concept. Okay, so if you understand the concept, you can take any sector. You can then build a emission factor. So if you have a cement plant, exactly the same way, the way we have shown for power plant, a cement plant can also be done. Okay? So in the cement plant, the fuel used mostly is coal. Okay? And they also have a lot of dust activities. That clinker is broken down and made into pulverized, and a lot of dust emissions come. So that you will have to account for as well. But they also use a lot of coal to slake it and burn it and things like that. So same thing. If you have a cement plant making 100 tons of cement every day or every month, how much coal does it consume? Which means how much energy is consumed? Energy multiplied by emission factor. You have a cement plant emission factor, emission inventory. Okay. Same thing with iron and steel. If you have an iron and steel industry, how much? Generally, there are thumb rules. If you are making steel, how much energy is used, how much pet coke is used, how much coke is used for the process. You can calculate that. Then emission factor, you have a emission inventory for steel plant. Same thing for the fertilizers. How much fertilizer is being made, you have a capacity for the fertilizer plant. So you can use that to say, okay, how much ammonia is consumed and how much of other chemicals are consumed. Then you will combine that. You have a emission inventory for fertilizer plant. Methodology always remains the same. Activity multiplied by emission factor. Okay. That activity is something that you will have to come up with. Okay. Either in terms of energy number or at least in terms of production number, or in case of transport it is vehicle kilometers traveled, how much vehicles are traveling. But the methodology overall remains the same. Once we put everything together, a lot can be done. Okay? Once we put everything together, things get a lot more complicated. It will look like a big bulky Excel file. But if you start from piece by piece, like this, sector by sector, so you don't have to just say that, okay, I'm going to do all 100 sectors. No. Take the 10 sectors that are important to you. Okay. Then start with the basics. What kind of activity information can I collect for this sector? Then build. Yeah? Victor, you wanted to ask a question earlier.
All right, thank you. So earlier I had wanted to ask that in terms of the transport emission inventory, don't you have to consider the airplanes and other modes of transport? Is it just the road?
No. So the examples that I'm showing you, they're all road transport examples. But in transport, you have to account for aviation as well. So in case of Accra, for example, you also have to account for the shipping emissions. The port emissions will also come. So equations remains the same. Activity multiplied by emission factor. So for the aviation, what will be the activity?
Landing, takeoff.
Landing and takeoff.
Taxi.
Okay. So yeah, landing and takeoff and all the taxiing activities that happen in the airport. So there are standard emission factors for different aircrafts. Airbus has an emission factor, Boeing has an emission factor. For landing and takeoff,
okay.
The vehicles with the ladder, they have their own emissions.
Yeah, there's not so much. When the runway is barely like 3 or 4 kilometers.
Emission is emission.
Yeah. So it's actually a really big hotspot. So we can't ignore that. Especially if you have lots of planes coming and going, then you'll have to account. So the aviation emissions are the easiest to do because you know exactly every day how many flights come and go, okay, and at what time also in general.
The number of
people,
flights.
number of passengers.
Number of accidents on the runway, so many layers you can work with.
But just the layers, but the equation remains the same. So one is the aviation activity, how many flights are coming and going, landings and takeoffs. So if you have an idea of how many passengers are moving in and out, so you have those numbers as well. So that taxis will be idling, dropping off and picking up. So you can create a zone around the airport saying this area, about 10 square kilometers of area, will have a high car activity. Once it comes out of the airport, they are on the highway or on the roads and they'll go away. But you can create a hotspot around the area saying, okay, so many passenger cars are coming in, they'll be idling to pick up and drop off. So you have a small bump. So that will be there, the vehicle kilometers traveled is 2 or 3 kilometers. So because of the box that you have drawn.
Yes.
So you can use, this is the airport activity hotspot emissions separate. Then you can do that. So based on the number of passengers going in and out, you can calculate that on top. So for urban emissions like this, for a city level, you have to account for aviation as well. So the same thing for the ports. So if you have a port, you know exactly, there are records. Right? Shipping records will be there. How many ships are coming in. When they come into the port, there will be an auxiliary power. It means that the engine is still running. There will be some emissions that are coming out at the port. So you can calculate that, put it into the inventory. Because you know exactly where the port is. So you can put it in exactly that grid. You don't have to do extra mapping. You know exactly where it is. So you put it in. And same thing goes with the natural emissions as well. So those are emissions that we don't usually calculate in Excel. For example, sea salt. So Accra will have, when there's sea in the south, so you have some sea salt emissions that come in. So you have to, in the season, in the monsoonal season especially, you will have sea salt emissions. So you have to account for that. So if we do chemical transport modeling, all these emissions are automatically accounted for in that model. Okay. These are what we are calculating are anthropogenic emissions, means the activities that are happening in the city, like human-made emission sources. Okay, transport, industries, cooking, heating. Yeah. But generally, the flow is understandable. Okay. So why do we do monitoring? I mean, you're doing a lot of monitoring. Why do we do monitoring? You're the one speaking. Okay. Why do we do monitoring?
To access the level of emissions.
Exactly. So we want to know how much is the pollution. Okay? So if we know how much is the pollution, what's the next step? If somebody, if I'm sitting on the other desk and you tell me I'm measuring so much pollution, I say, so what?
How can we reduce it?
How can we reduce that pollution? So you have to know, this is where you have to build scenarios. So now I want to find a way to reduce the pollution that I'm measuring. How much is the pollution? What do you think the next step is? Now we're going to build scenarios. So we know how much is the pollution. Okay. How do we break it up?
The various sources.
Various sources.
Yes.
So now we want to estimate how much is the pollution load from various sources. Then we can get more into the scenario mode, into the player mode. So we want to play with the numbers. Okay. So now we want to build scenarios. What do we need? Population, but I want to know this, I want to build scenarios. So what kind of, I'm literally summarizing everything right now. So, so now I want to build scenarios for different sources. what is the information that I need, the next level of information I need.
You need a source of emission.
Emissions, exactly.
Yes.
Now I want to know where those emissions are coming from. So if I know where the emissions are coming from, then I'll be able to make better scenarios. So if I make better scenarios, then I'll be able to build a story, a scenario player story. So you go backwards. So you first measured, you came all the way to sources. Now you go backwards. So if I control these emissions, okay, how much will the pollution change? Okay?
You query the layers you create to be able to reduce the emissions.
Exactly. So layers of information.
Yes.
Okay? That's it. The whole modeling exercise is layers of information. Layers of information that you can put together with whatever information you have. Okay? But this is the ultimate goal. You're measuring how much is the pollution. Now somebody is going to ask you, how do I reduce? This is the process. Okay? So how do we reduce? How much to reduce? You can use the scenario players. Okay? Then for each of the sectors, what can I do? It's only there's no one solution in each of these sectors, right? There's no one solution. Even in the waste, there's no one solution. I can talk to individuals or I can talk to the management. Same thing in the transport sector, there's no one solution. There's so many: public transport, walking, cycling, technology, EVs, all kinds of things. So which of those scenarios will help me achieve my target? So this is how we bring the modeling world and the monitoring world together. This is the synergy. Yeah? Makes sense? So the first thing I said, let's not stop at only monitoring. So we want to build a story on the monitoring data. Okay? We want to break it up. We want to take it to the next group. Yeah.
Okay, so one challenge, let me say, I am foreseeing, has to do with the data you need. Okay, so if, for instance, for starters, you've gone to NPA, Petroleum Authority, whatever, you've gathered some information there, you've gone to the transport sector, but you still have some gaps.
Yeah.
What is the best way to get this information? If you go into literature, you may get some pieces of information.
Yeah.
And like you've been mentioning to some surveys. So in your opinion, how do we go about getting some of these bits and pieces of missing data to fill in those gaps?
Okay, excellent question. Okay. You start with what we have. That's a start. But the important thing is, a lot of information we need to do some of this modeling work is openly available. Okay? Since you said transport sector, we'll stick with the transport sector. Okay? The information we need, first thing is number of vehicles. Okay? Generally speaking, here the DVLA has all that information. They have total number of vehicles. Are they running on petrol, diesel, gas? They also have that information. They also know when these vehicles are registered, which means they also have information by age. Okay? So these are the layers we need, and they already have it. Okay? So we just have to find a way for them to give it to us. Okay? So that's a challenge that they have to collaborate with somebody there saying, okay, this is what we are going to do. So we can show this, saying that this is what we are going to do. You build a dummy model and show them this is what we are going to do, but we need better information. So when they see how the numbers are connected, they will also get excited. Now the kind of question that you're asking me, I'm assuming that you are liking the tool. Okay? Now that's why you're thinking of details. Okay? That's what, even that person, if that person understands how numbers are connected, they will help you. They'll give you that, this is what you want. Otherwise, if you just go there blindly and say, give me everything you have. Why? Why should I give you? Right? That. Then, vehicle kilometers traveled. That's the next piece of puzzle we need. Okay? If you don't have, start with the method that we have assumed. Collect information on the vehicle speeds, how much people are usually traveling. Then you have an idea of what are the vehicle kilometers traveled. That's a start. On top of that, if you have time, so you convince somebody to give you money to do the surveys. Okay? But you can't just go there and say, I want to do survey, give me money. You can build a base model saying, this is the current understanding of the city's travel behavior, okay, from open information that we can gather. Now I want to improve this information. For that, I need to do a particular survey. That's your proposal. You raise the money for that. Okay? That will take time and money and people. Okay? That's it. Those are your two big missing pieces. You can start with all the information that's already available. Then, of course, you can create a program out of it and do this for next 3 years or 10 years. There are people who are doing this for ages. Okay, that's also possible. So you create a model. So same thing in the health. When you're doing a lot of health work, right? So you do a lot of epi work. The epi work is not cheap. Time, money, and people. Okay? But if I don't have any of that, then I can use existing dose response functions. Okay? So you build a simple model first. A model that is representative of your state. And you basically make a case saying, I can improve this number. You have a proposal. Generally, more comments? I'll stop here with the tools. There are a lot more tools on our website, but I need you to go through them with what we discussed. Always thinking fundamentals. Okay? Higher the number of versions in the tools on the website is more complicated. You can always start with the lower number and then keep going higher and higher. Okay? And we're always there to answer questions. But I can't answer questions if you're not specific. Okay? So if you say that, okay, I'm using this tool and I'm stuck here, what am I doing wrong? Or what am I missing? Then we can help you. Okay? But you have to play with these tools. More you play, more you will only realize what more you can improve yourself. Automatically you will improve all those things. Now you don't need me after that. How many of you still have the books that we gave you yesterday? You still have them here today? Yeah. So before we close, can everybody hold up one? Any, you can borrow one from somebody. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to close from my end, but we are open to questions. Please play with the tools, and I want to hear from you. Here, can we just stand and take a picture?
So we want to thank Dr. Sarah for your time and then you're giving us everything that you have, I mean, to train us. We are most grateful. Really? Oh, okay. Huh. 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 Wow. Yeah, so please can we give it up to Doug? That was so intensive, man. Okay, so before we go for lunch, Cosmos will just give us a brief about what he will teach this afternoon after lunch. So we will give it to, just give us what he has to give us maybe in the afternoon, what do we need to expect, and all of that. Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, so today we will continue with some few confusions, all right? But today's one is going to be very fun, right? It's going to be very fun. Please, were you able to get the Purple Air API? Were you able to create that one? The Purple Air API. So I gave a link, and yeah. There is also some link that I don't know. Okay, I think she's in a meeting. So there's a link that I sent. Those using Mac, you can use it to download the Purple data download tool. And then those who use Windows, there are two. If your Windows is if your machine is 32-bit, all right, you use the 32-bit one. If your machine is 64-bit, you have to download the 64-bit type. So maybe I'll just connect and then show you. Different operating system like yes, very troublesome. So for that one, then you would have to communicate directly with the servers. Yeah, that one you don't have a graphic user interface to work with. Yeah, but this one's okay. So if you go on Google and then you type Purple Air, PURPLEAIR,
data download to. All right, you click on enter. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so if you pick the first option, so Purple Air Community, you see this. When you pick the first option, you would, when you come down here, installation, you see Mac OS. So you can click on Mac OS. If your machine is 32-bit, Windows, you click on that. If it's 64, you click on 64. All right. And then automatically it will download for you. Once it's downloaded, you can just click to install, and it's very simple to go through it. All right. So, yeah. No, the API, the one that we used first, that key is for OpenAKIll. That one is a different API key, right? So with the Purple layer, you can also still so when you come down here, requirement, you will see create API keys, okay? You see, yeah, so a page like this will open, and then you click on this one. If you want to use Purple Air, you can create your own API key, all right? Once you use that link, you follow, and then you create an API key. But the API key, please create the read one, okay? Don't create the write. We have two. You can create one for reading, one for writing. Reading helps you to pull data from the system. But writing will help you to update some information on some of the sensors if you want to interact with them. But we are much more interested in downloading the data than updating any of the information that is online. All right. So we are going to use the So with this one, you are not going to need any code for that, okay? The codes are behind the graphic user interface you see. So once you input your API key and then the rest of the information, you automatically get them, all right? The Mac version is not working. It's a zip file. You have to extract, and then before you do the installation. Yes, for the Mac it will come as an extracted file, so you have to extract it first. Yeah, the Windows, once you click it will download, so you just click on install. Like you just double click or just open it. It's an executable file. But for the Mac, yeah, so you have to unzip. Yeah, so I think it's this one. Yeah.
Well, so those using Mac, I am sorry. Yeah, yours is working. You've been able to do it. Okay, are you using X2s or Brew?
Okay, so with the Mac, just go to, when you try opening it and they tell you you can't install it, click on the Apple icon, click on System Settings, and then go to Privacy and Security.
Okay.
So when you scroll down, there will be an option there. Let me.
It's forcing.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So when you scroll down, you see Purple Add data download to was blocked to protect your Mac. So open anyway. And open anyway again. Use your password.
Yeah. So it's recognizing it as a malicious file.
Yes.
So even in Windows, when you see don't run, just go to more info and then you run it anyway. All right. As for Windows, it will be simple, but the others.
When you try opening it,
yeah.
So you click here.
So you may have to just remove some permissions or relax your security. But don't be afraid, okay? It's not any malicious file. So yeah. Sorry. It may destroy your laptop. Don't worry about that. You didn't insure your laptop. Yeah.
So that is it.
So even the file, when you try to send it via email, Gmail blocks it because it sees it as such, because of how it works, right? Most API files which are executable, that's how it will behave, because the system see it as once it's coming onto your machine, it will execute itself and then start installing some things or do some things to your machine. So that's why those permissions are there. All right. So don't be afraid. All right. So when you click on the link, this is where it will get you to. All right. Then you sign in with your Gmail. If you don't have any account, you create an account, and then inside there you try and then generate your API. Okay. Now, after the break, this is not what we would try really be doing. So, but I just want to give you this one because it is part of the API that we were supposed to treat right earlier. Okay. So when you open the file, once it gets installed and you open it, this is how it comes. You have a home, and it will describe some things to you as to the different versions that they've had and what they've been up to. The help will give you some information that you need in terms of setting it up, using the tool, and the links to some videos that will help you. Now, if you come to this side, API key. So when it generates the API key for you, you can copy it, and then when you come here, you input it here. So this is my API key. Okay. I hope no one will steal it. So that's fine. Okay. So this is the API key. I have saved mine in the system, so you can do same, because for me it's my laptop, so I don't have any problem with that. If you are using the right key, okay, the one that they used to write, then you copy and paste it at right, but we are not doing anything with writing, right? We are not writing anything into the file. We are not updating the file. You are rather reading things from online. Okay. Sorry. Can you sign in here? For now, yes. So, like I said, API, they are some kind of a program, right? That will help you interact with applications interface. Okay, so if you want to download anything, even online, you see we have these weather websites, Open Weather, the other ones are what? Is it Aircast? We have Windy and all those things. If you want to grab data from there, you can use these APIs to even do that. Okay, and in Python, you just use you just import request. Request is one of the packages that they use. And then if you have the API key, then you do your URL and then you go through a certain procedure, just paste it there, and then you start grabbing information from the website. And it is similar to you doing, we have something we call web scrubbing. Okay, it's like you are picking information from different websites and then you are putting them together on another site or something like that. We have that format as well. So, but you don't really need those things, so that's fine. Now you see this sensor index, sensor read keys, privacy, and all that. Let's go to type Purple Air map. Okay. Purple Air map. Then you will see real-time interactive map by Purple Air. Go to Google, type in Purple Air map. Google, type in Purple Air map. Purple Air map like this. All right. Yeah. I think this is fine. Yeah. So Purple Air map, and then you see real-time interactive map by Purple Air. Right. When you click on this, it will open a page, just like your Google map and all those things. And you will see where we have the Purple Air sensors. All right. All Purple Air sensors that are on public view, you will see them. All right. Across the world. So if I zoom out, you will see how they are distributed around different areas. You see Africa, but you see in America and other places, it will fill up, right? So even just by point, spatially, you are able to detect where pollution may be low and areas where pollution may be high, okay? Or the concentration of pollutants may be high and areas where they may be low. So in US, they have a lot of these sensors there. And if you zoom in within all these areas, so you see how it looks like spatially. So you can see just around this side, all right, pollution is high within these areas, or currently the concentrations we see are higher within these areas. But when you move to Africa, you see the desert in Kwan, like everything is okay. And if you zoom in into Ghana, you see that it's just a few of them. Yours may not appear like this because I have done some settings to mine, so that's why mine will be appearing like this. All right, but it will still be something like that. Now let's see why the API download is very good for this one. If you click on, let's say, Lome. So the color coding you see correspond to the AQI, air quality index. Okay, so from 0 to 50, we have good, moderate. Then we will come to unhealthy for sensitive group, unhealthy, very unhealthy, hazardous, okay, and all those things. So if you click on, let's say, Lome, so you can click on the Lome one. You see it is giving you some plots, right? With the concentrations and everything. And then the color is showing green. You see 8. And then it is giving you some information that air quality is satisfactory and air pollution poses little or no risk with 24 hours of exposure. So anyone within that area, it's assumed that even if you spend 24 hours there, you wouldn't have any complications, any problems, all right, within that area. Now, if you want to download this data, it will be very difficult. And even if you have access, so when you click on this menu sign here, okay, when you click on it, you will see download image, PDF, and all that. And then you see CSV. Now, if you click on the CSV, and you open the download, you realize that it is giving you just a short period. You are not going to have a longer period. Data that exists from the past or from when they installed the sensor. All right. So you will not be able to have that privilege to do that. But if you want to do it, then you have to use the API. Now with the API, you can specify the period that you want to download. Okay. And it will give you a longer period instead of a shorter period by this website. Okay. So these are some of the things. So if you realize the OpenAQ on their website, that one you can download, it will give you a longer period, but you may have to be doing it one by one. Okay. Here it won't give you data for a longer period. So if you open this, so after downloading, and it won't give you a lot of information as well. Okay. So it is giving you some time step, average, direction. All right. So you may have to do some settings in here to do that. You can click here, change the things you see here. So here my base map, I am using satellite. So that's why you see my background to be satellite. But if you change it, you can use the basic ones and all others, but I like to use this one. If you want any data, okay, in real time, you can download this 1 year, 1 month, all those things. You can be doing that over there. And you can be doing other settings here that when you go back, you'll be able to download the data in the form that you want, but you may not get it for very long period. All right. So that is the reason for this. So when we click for another place, all right. So this is also, yeah, this is one of the Afri-SET purple layer, right? I think currently it's not really, I think it's having network issues. So yeah. So it's having network issues, so it's probably not, it will be on and off. All right. So if you want to download that as well, you can also do that. But now, when you click on it like this, yeah, inside here, okay, we have something we call the sensor index. The sensor index are certain numbers, okay, certain numerical values that can only, they are assigned to a specific sensor. So when you buy a sensor, it will have its own sensor index. When you buy a sensor, it will have its own sensor index. However, if you want to get it, once you click on that particular sensor that you want, you'll be able to get the index from it. Mostly it starts with 2.5 or 2 something, okay? They're about 5 or 6 numerical values. Okay, so, okay, this one is a bit different. Okay, so these are about, all right. So you'll be able to get the value, okay, for the sensor that you are looking at. If you click on download, it will do that. Now this value that you see here, okay, is the sensor index. All right, is the sensor index. So you can copy anytime you want to download for that particular, and then you put that sensor index here. Okay, please, are you looking at this? So this one is not as difficult as the first one. It's just a graphic user interface. You can interact with it. Just input the information you want. All right. So these are different sensors that I've decided I downloaded earlier. This one, most of the time, just leave it to auto. Okay. Because you may not know, some will set their device to. So there are a lot of them even in Ghana. But some of them, because of certain projects, they've set it to private. It is only them that can have access to it. You cannot view it. All right. So you just leave it as it is. The UTC, if you are in Ghana here, or you are in a location where you use the GMT time zone and all that, you can decide to leave it as UTC. Other than that, wherever you are, you select your time zone and then you go with it. All right. Then the time step. DD means day. So if it is first day, that's on the first, you use 01. If it's on the second, 02. If it's on 12, you use 12. MM is month. So your first month will be 01. Your last month will be 12. And then the year, which is Y. That is, if it's 2024, that will be 2024. 2025, 2025. All right. That is when you want the data to start from. So if you want to download 2 years data, right, maybe starting from 2023 on the first, then you can do that here. So if you click on this button, you can change this. All right. So let's say 2023, January on the 1st. All right. Then we want it to end, let's say this year, January 2025. Now, any section that you see this hash key there, this star, it means it is a required field that you have to input something. If that is not there, then it's optional. You can decide to input something or not. But once you see a star like this, right, it means something must be there. So you shouldn't leave it empty. So here they are important. Now, average, how do you want your data? Do you want your data in 10 minutes? Do you want it in 30 minutes? Do you want it in, the time step. So it's not when it is going to download for you. But if you want an hourly data, then you will select 60 minutes, okay, or 1 hour. So outside the brackets are in minutes. Inside the brackets are in hours. Okay. So if you want yours in an hour, like an hourly data, then you go for the 1 hour. If you want your data sub-hourly, let's say 30 minutes, 15 minutes, you select that one. If you want it as daily, you go in for the 24 hours, okay, or the 1 day. Okay, so in this sense, we can choose 1 hour. So automatically, the system will see it if the sensor is recording every 30 seconds. It will do
an aggregation, and then return an hour data for you. All right? If the data is recording every 30 seconds, it will do the aggregation for you and then return a data for you in an hour. So every hour you will see your data to be at 100 hours, 001, 002, up until 23 hours. Okay. Then the field. Now, if you remember yesterday, Dan was talking about the data set, the purple data set. You see PM 25 ATM. You see different types, right? And he did an average, taking one and then the other. So the same thing, you will select the ones that you want. Okay? So first of all, you will definitely go in for, let's say, humidity. Now, humidity A, humidity B, these ones, the information are also on the website if you want to know the fields, what they mean. The A is humidity from the channel A, and the B is humidity from the channel B. The humidity here you see is a combination of the A and B. That's an average of the A and B. All right? It's an average of the A and B. So most of the time you'd want to go in for the average one rather than going in for either A or B. Okay? And then the temperature as well, depending on what you're doing. If you want pressure, so the purple layer is also able to measure pressure, atmospheric pressure. All right? So you can get that data too. For the VOCs, they are not working in there, so you can leave them out. We have PM1, all right? But most of the time we don't deal with PM1, so you can leave it out. The ones that we normally use is the PM2.5. So you can either go in for the ATM, okay, this one. All right, then you are good to go. And then if you want PM10 too, you can do that. But the rest, you can forget about that. All right. Now, this is going to get you the download cost, the points remaining, and then the point balance. Now, anytime you use an API, when you have an API key, and anytime you want to download, I'm sure all of us here, no one will want somebody to be barging into their room almost every day, to be coming in there and then be picking stuffs, right? If you want people to come into your room and to take stuffs, you automatically give them what they can take and what they cannot take, right? And even for what they can take, you specify the amount. So if there is a visitor, or one of the things we do most of the time, if you have a visitor in your house and you want them to fetch food, you can't tell the visitor how much food they should fetch, right? So let's say if you have rice, you can tell them to fetch some of the rice and eat. But you can't say, oh, fetch 2 spoons, fetch 3 spoons, right? So it's either you have a strategy that, for me, if you come to my house, all my bowls are like this. They are small. All right? It's intentional. It's not. So if you come to my house and I give you any food, you see it as being burnt, right? Because it will fill the whole plate. But it's a way to measure what I give you. That doesn't mean that I'm wicked, okay? Yeah. I'll try to measure what I give you. You will do it. You bring your own bowl. Okay. Your own bowl is not allowed in my house. Yes. You can bring food in, but you can't take food out. So I don't have takeaway packs. Okay. So the same way the system also does the same thing. It kind of restricts you to how many times you can even come online to download stuffs, so that you don't keep traffic on the page. A lot of people are downloading almost every time. So when you are doing that and everybody is on the system, it slows down the system, and then sometimes you can be in a queue. It takes a very long time for you to even get your data. So it will restrict you to certain amount that you can get within a particular period. Okay, so all these things that you are seeing here is done like this to the top. So we are into the download section. So if you want another section, you click here and then you go. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, excuse, hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was having issue with the key, but I've found out how to do it. But I missed out the parts for the sensor index. I didn't know how you get the sensor index from the map.
Okay, the sensor index. Yes. So when you go to the map, any of the sensor that you see that you want to download, assuming you want to download from Edo State, all right, when you click on this, sometimes this thing, all right, so I'm coming. Let me just refresh and show you. So anytime you click, yeah. Okay. So when you click on it like this, okay, and you come to get this widget. When you click on the sensor you want, this one will open. When you put your cursor here, all right, you see get widget. Get this widget.
Okay.
Inside here, you scroll a little bit. You see some values here, all right? Oh, this thing is shifting down. But sometimes you can also get it in the URL as well. So here, inside the URL, you see select equal. So let me show you this one. Please follow from here.
Okay.
If you want this data set, when you click on it, the URL will change. The URL is what is here, all right?
Okay. Okay.
Now, when you click inside here and then you move to this part, you see select equal. You see this value?
Yeah, it's showing.
3, 5, 6, 5.
Okay. 5 digits, eh?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the sensor index. The following ones are your longitude and latitude values that will follow. All right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I've got it.
All right. So that would be your sensor index. Yes. Yeah. Have you created the API? So yeah, you don't have the API key. You have to put in your API key here. Yeah, so I was showing that earlier. So please, before you continue with this part, you have to make sure that you have your API key. All right. You have to make sure you have your API key before you go to the download. All right. So these are the ones that we've selected. The fields, you don't need everything. If you want to understand all the fields that we have here, they are online. You can read on them. But this is the firmware version. This is uptime. Uptime means the time that the sensor has been on, okay, up until the time you are going to download. And then the memory, the private, all these things, you don't really need them unless you are going to do other analysis to it. All right. So cost estimation, that's what I explained. You have a certain number of times or certain number of data points you can get. Okay. If you request too much, the system will tell you, please, I can't do this for you. All right. And if you are somebody who will do it over and over again, so one disadvantage of API is that you can't also be wasting your time doing it over and over again the same day. So you have to be sure of what you are going in for. All right. Otherwise, when you do it over and over, it will get to a point the system recognizes you as either being a robot or someone going to do something to the system. So it will just keep you out for a while. Okay. Sometimes you have to wait 24 hours before you can have access again. So you take your time to make sure you are doing the right thing.
Yeah, excuse me again. I'm down on the cost estimates. I chose my sensor at Kumasi.
Yeah.
But the values there for points balance is showing 0, download cost 2, points remaining -2. What does that mean?
The what?
under the cost estimate.
Yeah.
Yeah, points balance is 0, download cost is 2, points remaining is -2.
Point remaining is -2.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is not going to be the same as mine because I have used mine to download other things. Okay. So yes, everyone's estimated cost and all those things will be different, but you can read the links to understand what all these things mean. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Then once you are done, here you can decide to just go straight to get data, or you can click on select directory. When you click on the select directory, you will choose where the download should go. So most of the time it is recommended that you would choose where it should go. Sometimes when you do it, if you don't take care to download it somewhere else, you have to look for it over and over, you won't find, you have to go and do the same thing again. Okay, so if I choose, I will put mine at document Afri-SET inside here. Okay, no, I'll go back. Yeah, I will put mine here. So I've selected my folder. Okay. So with select directory, you will choose where the download should go. All right. If you don't choose it, it will save it in the file of the program somewhere in your program files. Okay. It's very tedious to get it. So you will choose where the download should go to. Then after that, you click on get. So you see start request for sensor, so and so. Right? So if you are doing the coding, it will still do the same thing for you. So this one, when you are doing the selection, you remember Matthias taught you something in R. When you want to input a data in the system using the graphic user interface, you see the program will generate a code for you that if you were supposed to do it by code, this is what you are supposed to type. That is what graphic user interface also does. When you are doing it, there are codes behind that are working. So when you do these selections, there is a long code that is generated. And when you click on get data, that code sends the information to the server to get the data. All right. So you will see making request 1 from so and so. If there are data from that particular period, it will get data from it. If they are not, it won't get any data. So assuming the data was mounted in 2024, you are requesting for data from 2023. All those periods, there will be no data. Do you get it? Please, do you understand? So this one is very simple. Just get your API key, and the trick is also to get your your sensor index. Once you get it, that is all. Just input it there. The code will be generated for you, and then you work with it. All right. So it has given all this information. It says data download completed. Data download completed for sensor, so and so. Downloaded. So you see the number of rows it got from that. All right. And then the download request has been so and so. The summary, now you can read whatever is there. If you need it, that is fine. If you don't need it, you can skip all these things you see here. Okay, so you can click here to review your data, or you can open where you decided to download the data. Okay, so you see it here. All right, everything is inside. Now the difference between this and what the data that Dan gave you yesterday is that Dan's data was automatically gotten from the SD card from the purple. And for that, it records it daily. So it creates the file every day. There's a daily file that is created from the sensor. So you see a lot of data. So if it's from 2023 to 2025, each of the days there will be a file. But when you use the API like this, okay, when you use the API like this, It will combine everything and then stack them together and give you from the first day to the last day. It will not create a single file for each day. Please, do you get it? So you see in the code, he used globe.globe or glob.glob, right? That was supposed to bring in all the CSV files and then put them in that manner for you. But once you do the request with the API, it creates that thing for you and then put them all in one file. Okay? So if you open that file, you will see the data that you decided to download. Yes, any question? Yeah. So you see what we have here. All right. We have the data from, so we decided to download from which day? 1st January 2024. This means that that period, there's no data for that period. So you see our data is February, on the 7th of February 2023, right? Our request was 1st January 2023. But our data is starting from 7th. Yes, so it means that there are two things. It's either that period, the sensor had not been installed until this time, okay? Or it was installed but it wasn't online, so you can't get the data. All right. Please, do you understand? Please, do you understand? Okay. So that is the data. So with all the codes that they've given to you, the ones that you have to work on, Purple data and all that, you can do a download like this and then put in your own data to do the work. So you can now download yours and then do your own analysis and all that. All right. So humidity, now the temperature, yes. The temperature is 103, 101, 98. This is in Fahrenheit. So Purple Air gives you data in Fahrenheit, the temperature. So if you are someone who uses degrees Celsius, you have to convert this into degrees Celsius to use, all right? And then the PM concentrations, it's the normal one that you know, microgram per meter cube, all right? So yeah, that is it. The time that you see 00, this 1200, Z, 1300, 1400, 1500, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, then it will start from 00 again. Okay, so this is a 24-hour system that it uses. All right. Yes, any question? Any question? Any question? Yeah. Yeah.
So what happens to the ones that has not been recognized by Purple Air? Like maybe there is a sensor that an organization or some people are working with and they would want data from it. Would they be able to get it from here? Is there a way to get it on Purple Air, or they would have to devise their own ways of getting that data?
Okay, so Purple Air is a sensor, all right? Purple Air is a sensor, and their page hosts data sets that are from Purple Air. All right? Purple Air is one of the sensors. I think one of the presentations someone showed, okay? And their data sets are online. However, it is not all the sensors that you will see them online. During the installation, during the configuration of the sensor, it can either be set to public or private. When they set it to private, you won't have access to it. You that you are not within their space, you won't have access to it. Okay, but when they set it to public, so if I'm going to install my own purple air sensor, inside the configuration, I can decide to set it to public or private. Right? In that sense, if I set it to private, you won't see it online. But if it is public, it will appear online. With that, you can select like this and then work with it. Okay. So if there are other organizations that are using it, but it is private, it is private. However, please, with air quality etiquette and with data etiquette and all that, time you use a purple air, make sure those who own that sensor are aware that you are going to use it. Okay. Some of them do have it public, which is online, all right, and they may want to use it for their own analysis. So before you want to use it as an analysis and either publish or go public with it, please make sure you contact them or see them before you do anything with it. Yeah.
Picked a sensor from Ghana somewhere where this data I have now, which geographical area is it with respect to? I don't know if you understand my question.
Which geographical area?
Yes, because I went into Ghana, picked a sensor, I've downloaded everything, but then not much detail about the area.
Yeah, okay. So after downloading, you won't see much details about the area, but before you get it, you can get a lot of information about it when you click on it. So when you click on it, you see here Afri-SET 3, sensor Afri-SET 3, which means it belongs to Afri-SET, right? If you click here, this is Ashalaja or something. So you see the names there, or either the provider will put their names there, okay? And then you, in terms of the location, when you zoom in, you can zoom in down. Okay, you will know where the sensor is. Okay, you know where the sensor is. Yeah, so I think it's lunch now, so we will close and then go in for lunch. When we come back, we will come and do Google Earth Engine coding. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Use PDF Filler to edit documents anytime, anywhere, from any device. Add text anywhere in the document. Use the eraser tool to erase anything on the form. It's even easy to add a signature by drawing, typing, uploading, or using your webcam. When you're finished, just click Done to save and export.
Playing for your country, enye easy. Scoring, enye easy. Avoiding injuries, enye easy. Winning, enye easy, Charlie. But you know what be easy now? Kibo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Aye easy. It gets everything inside. Gary, creamer, sugar, roasted groundnuts. Just add water, then sharp my soakings make ready. Taste and energy, made easy. As I be street footballer, Gary at the chop. Now we attend Starboy. Still Gary at the chop. I travel go abroad. Kibo Gary at the chop. Kibo Gary, he the bio. I'm a match winner, but the real champion is Kibo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Champion taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why. Bye.
Grammarly now uses AI to help you write, not just revise. Type a prompt and generate a persuasive, mistake-free draft in seconds, personalized to your unique writing style. Download it for free at Grammarly.com.
To buy any kind of car from North America to West Africa. AuctionExport.com. Register. Now you can choose your dream car. Payment can be done with your credit card, a bank wire transfer, or direct deposit in any Stanbic bank in Ghana. We have one office in Accra, and from the main office in Tema, we ensure that your car comes from the port and goes directly into your hands.
Auction Export, the most reliable business you can always trust.
Kudos. Remember what I told you. Whenever you face a challenge, never chicken out.
I know exactly what to do. Just eat the chicken.
No. That's my boy.
When taste is your goal, use Kivo 100% natural 3-in-1 mix of ginger, garlic and onion powder for steaming all your delicious meat, fish and chicken, and also good for stews and soups. No salt, no MSG, no preservatives. It's 100% natural 3-in-1 mix.
Perfect match of taste and flavor. I'm a match winner. But the real champion is Kivo 100% natural ginger, garlic and onion powder. Champion taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
they smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh mama myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down the beatings, the beatings.
Yeah, we are back. Yeah, so please, do we have the Google Earth Engine ready? So you can open a new script in Google Earth Engine, and then we... Yeah, so you can just type in the Google search, Google Earth Engine. In the search. So Google, and then you just type Google Earth Engine. Okay, that is also fine. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so in your Google search, you can type Google Earth Engine, and then you click on the data catalog. All right. So if you don't have, sorry. No, if you Google like this, you see Google Earth Engine like this. Do you see something like this? Okay, sign in. Have you ever been to the page before? Oh. Yeah, so if you've never had anything to do with Google Earth Engine, please try to sign in, okay? Or you can type Google Earth Engine data catalog. Okay, and then it will take you to, once you click there, it will take you somewhere here. Or, let me see. Or the sign in. Okay, or the sign in. But I'll talk. Okay, so if you've never had anything to do with it, it's good that you would have an account. Okay, So you try to have an account with the Google Earth Engine. But I will explain a few things here, and then there will be a way that we can get there easily. All right. So, as we know already, Google has everything. Okay. Facebook knows everyone. Google has everything. Twitter does what? So, yeah. So, there are a lot of things that exist on Google Cloud. And the cloud is, how will I even put it? It's similar to the cloud we have in the sky, right? Just that this is much more computing than you having an actual cloud. And then we all know what exists in the clouds, right? We do have some water molecules, which are small like ice, okay, super cool water, which come together to form the cloud, right? So in our cloud systems, it's the same way. It's just a big space where you have a lot of data that you can put on, okay, on the internet somewhere that if you want it, you can just grab it and then use it. Google is also having similar thing. Now they've created a system called the Earth Engine where you are able to interact with anything that has to do with the Earth. So it is good to have sensors around. It's good to have sensors and monitors to monitor things for us. But if you remember yesterday, some of the questions that was asked, within which radius do you think a sensor, okay, or a monitor can cover? And that was about 2 kilometers. So it means that it's not covering everywhere, all right? So there need to be a combination of what you do, what you see from the top, and then what you also do at the bottom. So there is a bottom-up approach, and then there's top-to-bottom approach. All right. So Google Earth Engine helps us to do that. So it is having a lot of data sets, which is spatial, all right, and the satellite images that helps to monitor a whole lot of things on the Earth. All right. So on that place, it's a lot of data sets. So if you go to Google Earth Engine data catalog, you will see climate and weather. So they have data sets that has to do with climate and weather. They have data sets for atmospheric purposes, weather purposes, imageries from satellites, Landsat, Sentinel. We have from MODIS and other places that they can get it from. Okay, so there are a whole lot of things you can do. You can do with this. Now, if you click at View All Data Set, the data sets that we have been grouped into different, for different purposes. So we have some for air quality, we have some for health, human applications, and all that. So, the network will do things. Yeah, all right. So, the data set sits on the Google Cloud. Now, to be able to interact with the data set, there is an API, all right? And this is where this Google Earth Engine comes in. So there's an API that will help you to access those data sets and work with them. But at the end of the day, everything that you do will sit on the Google Cloud. It will not be on your machine. Any process that you ask for, the output and everything, at the end of the day, will be sitting on your machine, on the cloud. You will not have access to it on your machine until you decide to download it. And you and I can attest to the fact that sometimes you download certain data sets, you work with them, and they end up sitting on your machine taking space. You don't want to use it. You don't want to use the raw data. It is the processed one that you want to use, but you need the raw data to do the processing, right? And you see that after processing, what you get out of it have small sizes, but the raw data is very big, all right? So this one comes in handy. You process everything over there. They keep everything. The one that you need, you can just extract that one or export that one into your machine, and then you can use it as how you want to use it, all right? So we have browse by tag. So if you go browse by tag, right, all the data sets have tags on them. So based on the applications, based on the time step, that's the time interval that they record. All right, so we have daily 16 days. So 16 days, like Landsat, the revisiting time for Landsat is almost every 16 days. So you see the Landsat satellite is up in the atmosphere. It sweeps over, picks different images across the world. By the time it will come back to the same place, right? It would have taken 16 days. So that's the revisiting time of Landsat. So Landsat, you won't get daily data from Landsat. If you want to use, assuming you want to do something on land surface temperature, you can't get daily data from Landsat because it takes 16 days, okay, to come back to the same area. So those are some of the things. We have data sets that are 3 hourly. We have some aerosol. All right. So when you go through, you see one of them, air quality. I think this morning someone talked about agriculture. Agroecology, something. Yeah. So if you go there, you will see data sets that are for agricultural purposes. All right. This time around, if you look at air quality, you will see 16 data sets that align themselves with air quality. All right. So you can just click on that, and it will take you to the site. So you will see Sentinel, which is one of the satellites that is used. They pick a lot of data concerning air quality. All right. So you will see UV aerosol index. You will see carbon monoxide, formaldehyde, nitrogen dioxide. We have sulfur dioxide. Yeah, we have ozone, carbon monoxide, all those ones, right? Yeah. And then there's this. Okay. So any of the data that you want, we have one that is near real time, which is online, and then we have the offline one. Most of the time it's good you work with the offline ones because you may be dealing with historical data than dealing with near real time data sets, right? So you can just click on any of them. Let's say carbon monoxide. Good. So when you click on it, it will give you an information about the data set. It will tell you when the data set is available. So from 2018 up till now, all right? And it lags a little bit. So you see 27. 27 was, today's 29th. Today is 30th. Please, I'm coming. Have they already paid us? Whoa. Okay. it seems I've spent my February money in January. So, yeah. Wow. Okay. All right. That's fine. So, yeah, data provider, European Union Space Agency, okay? They give us Copernicus. So most of the Copernicus data sets, you find them here, including some of the ECMWF data sets, ERA and the rest, right? You see them there. Then, so the revisiting interval for Sentinel is every 2 days. So Sentinel is a bit faster than Landsat, okay? And most of the time it deals with the kind of things they try to record, okay? The information they need. And some of them are geostationary. So the geostationary ones, sometimes you can get it daily or even hourly or sub-hourly. You can even get data sets for that, right? Now, you will see engine, Earth engine snippet, right? Now, this is an address that will lead you to a Google Earth engine platform, all right? So anytime you want to use a data like this, you will see this kind of address that will help you do that. And if you go down in the description, they will tell you what the data set is about and all the things they record, blah, 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 something, 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 BBBB, something like that, and all those things. But we are interested in this one. So you will see Explore with Earth Engine. All right, Explore with Earth Engine. So you will see a code like this. This code, once you run it in the Google Earth Engine, it will automatically generate this data set for you. All right? And then you specify the date. You can change a little bit about that. So we will go into it. So you can click here. Whether you have an account or not, just click here. If you don't have an account, you will see that it will ask you to do some registration and all those things, right? And then it will lead you to create an account. If you already have an account, it will directly open a space, all right, a new script. So I already have an account. I've done a lot of things there, so yeah. So you will see it will open something like this for you, right? So please click on that. Click on the opening in code editor. All right. When you click, it will open a new sheet for you. Yeah. Yeah, add. Yes. So, yeah, those who already have an account, you see that the code will be loaded in there. Sometimes the code will not be loaded. It will come as a fresh page. All right. Please, do you all have a fresh page or someone needs to register? You need to register. All right. Yeah. Yeah, unpaid, then type, project type. So yeah, academics. So you can choose academic and research, and then you click next, You choose new because you don't have a project. You choose new organization, choose no organization. Because we want it for free, right? Yeah, we always want everything for free. But other people can, in fact, there are a lot of things that you can do there. Some of the data sets, you can get them for free. And even some functions, you get them for free. But if you want to have full access to the system, get everything, then you need to grease their palm, right? Yeah. I can, moi. Hey. Yeah. So it will open a fresh space, right? It will open a fresh space like this, new script, right? Okay. So this is what we are going to do. Because if it opens a fresh space for you, right, that is fine. Now, anytime you want to create a new sheet, okay, so for this one, if you created something with this name, you save that one. You just Control S can save it. So you can click inside there like this, and then you can save it, or just click on, but if not, just ignore this one, because this one we are even not going to use it now. This one. So you can come here under new, okay. Now, I won't take you through creating a new repository and all those directories and all that, right? You can just create a new file, or you can decide to create a new, no, let's forget that. So let's create just a new file or repository. Let's create a new repository and then name it Afri-SET workshop or something like that, 2025. All right. You lost. But have you opened this? So go to browse. Then you choose hair quality. This. Yeah. Then you carbon monoxide. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. So scroll. Then open. Yeah. So if you don't have anything. So that's, yeah. So new repository, right? Once you click on it, your username will be here. So you create the repository, all right? So Afri-SET. Okay. Afri-SET. And then you can click on create. All right. So you will see that it will add it up to the repositories that you have, all right? If you don't have any, you will see something like this. And then Afri-SET will be there, right? Like that. So you see this is empty. This is empty. Right. Yeah, you can click add. But now you can create new report. So after creating the new repository, you can now come again at new, and then you choose file. File, all right? When you choose file, here it will ask you whether you want to save it in that repository. So yes, that is fine. If you have other repositories, you can just click here and select which one you want to choose, all right? Other than that, you can just set that one. And then you can type Afri-SET AQ1. Okay, Afri-SET AQ1. Afri-SET AQ1. I know you enjoy graphic user interface, so let's enjoy this one. Because where we are going to you won't enjoy it like that. But it is fun. Yes, so just change the name to Afri-SET AQ1, okay? Afri-SET AQ1. And then go to the file that were given to you. Those files that was given to you, right? You see, the files that were given to you were AQSAT1, AQSAT2, AQSAT3, right? You open AQSAT1, okay? You open AQSAT1. After creating this one, okay? After creating this, Afri-SET AQ. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. So you see it appearing here. Anytime you see this running, then it means the engine is running, right? So you can click on like this and you see a fresh page. Okay, so click on the file, you see a fresh page like this. Okay, so right. Oh, what is happening? So I was saying, click here, create a new repository, and then if you want to, if this is what you want to name it, it's okay. Okay. Then Afri-SET. Afri-SET. Yeah. Then you click on create. Yeah. Then you can now go again to the new. Yeah. And then go to file. So file, anytime you click on the file will create an editor file for you, okay? A space where you put your coding. Repository will give you like a certain path, okay, where you would have your program. And then a folder will create a folder within that parent directory, okay? So that is what it is. So I said go and open the AQSAT1, right? Open the AQSAT1. If you've opened it, now Google Earth Engine works with JavaScripting, right? So it's with Java, you do the scripting with Java. Any communication that you want to do with Google Earth Engine should be a JavaScript. All right. Now, JavaScript is also another language. Yesterday, last 2 days, someone said he can speak 3 languages or 5. Yeah. And the person has learned R, Python, so now he's having 7. And now Java, making 8. Yes. So those who can speak only English and other local language, please add Python and R and Java to your languages. Yes. So the system understands the Java language, all right? So that's what we are going to do. Now, if you remember, in Python, and the other time I said that the languages are a bit similar, right? They have some things in common. But some things are peculiar to other things, some of the languages, right? So in R and Python, what do you use for commenting? If you want to comment a line, what do you use? Hash, all right? In Java, you use this slash is called what? Is it forward slash or back? Forward slash. So you use 2 forward slash would mean that anything that comes after that is a comment, all right? So anytime you do that, it will appear as green. It means anything you type there is just commenting, all right? Anything you type in there will just be commenting. Now, just as we use print in other programming languages, right? We also use print in Java. So if you type, you see in the geospatial one, right? You can copy from JavaScript up until hello world, okay? So you can copy, come and paste. You can copy, come and paste it here, all right? As this. So there was a file that was sent on the page here, geospatial1. So you see just those lines. Please don't copy everything. The reason why we are not copying everything is that in this shell, if you run, it will run everything in that, okay? So we will not be able to see line by line what they do, all right? So let's follow and copy it step by step so that we will understand what it does. So in Java, we can also use print. Print means that it will give you a certain output, okay? It should show you something. If you don't do that, nothing will be shown, all right? Now, once you have this, you can click on run. When you click on run and you watch here, the console here, something should appear after running, all right? Sorry?
Hello world.
He said you should. Yeah, so there's here. Okay. Yeah. So once you nothing seems to change, right? No. Yeah. Yeah, so it's supposed to show. Okay. Well. Yeah, then unless. And please, it works with the internet, so anytime, yeah. So sometimes, and it also doesn't accept 2 pages at the same time, okay, because it also uses some authentication, your Google authentication. So if you open it twice, as well, sometimes you get an authentication error and all that. And if it's not working, you can just refresh the whole page and try. My mouse is not showing. Okay, it's still loading. Yeah, so the network is doing its own thing. Okay, so whose one has been able to run? Yours is running. Oh, okay, yeah, so that's fine.
Mine also shows Hello World in the console.
An error.
No, Hello World.
Hello
That's
World.
what it
Yeah. So Hello World is one of the things that you print anytime you want to learn programming. Okay, so Python, when you go through the tutorials, Hello World is the thing you print first. In R, Hello World. If you do C++, if you do all the other programming languages, Hello World is something you can buy. So Hello World welcomes you to a new language. Okay, yeah. So in P, if you are learning from the informal way, one of the things you learn is saying, right? How are you? I'm fine. So if someone says saying, that means how are you? Okay. Then you say mehoye, which means I'm fine. And one thing that you also learn is thank you, right? Medase. So, and then another one, a popular one at the airport is akwaba, which is you are welcome. Okay. So in Java, in programming languages, okay, hello world is what welcomes you most of the time. All right. Yeah. Okay. So. Okay. Whilst mine is misbehaving, let's move on. So if you want to create a variable, okay, in Python, in R, you can create a variable like a equals 1, right? Then a becomes the variable. You can create a variable called b, you can create a variable called c. In Java, if you want to create a variable, you first bring the command var, V-V-A-R, okay? So it's like a short form of the variable, so var, before you create the variable. In Python, you can just create the variable, you are good to go. In R, you can create the variable, you are good to go. But there are some programming languages, you can't just create any variable like that. You would have to add something to it, right? In Fortran, you do explicit none and you declare all the variables you want to use. But in Java, you have to bring the command var, okay? var, not the, hey, sorry, not the other one, no. Not this one. Not the, okay, not the virtual, or is what, video assistant referee, right? No, not that one. This is var, variable, okay? So if you want to create a variable called, let's say a, you bring var, then a space, a equals, let's say 1, all right? And then the next one, you can do a equals 2. So something like, why is this not minding me? So you can do something like this, okay? Oh, okay, it's now coming.
All right. Okay, I don't know if it will continue. So when you do this, right, and then you bring A, so you can bring A equals, let's say 1, okay? Then anytime you print A, it will show that A equals 1, okay? Anytime you print B, it will show B equals something like that. So just go into the file and copy that section. So yeah, so we have no, you wait. We have in every programming languages, there are characters, there are strings, there are numerics. Okay? Things that they see it as numbers, those are numerics. Strings are a combination of some letters, all right? And then a character could be any other thing that is not an intrinsic property of the language. So in Python, if you create a string, you put them in inverted commas, right? Commas, inverted commas. The same thing that you do in Python, the same that you do in R, it is the same thing that you can do in the Java, right? So copy, after the hello world, you see to create a variable, you need var before the variable, okay? So copy it from that section up until print cities. Like this. All right? So you see, to create a variable. So we wanted to create a variable called city. And the city that we're trying to create, the name is Accra. So because it is a string, you put it in inverted commas. All right? Then the system will recognize it as a string. The same way, if you want to create a list of them, okay? A list of the strings. Or if there is a data, they are in different series or something like that. You can also do that by using the square bracket. Okay, so once you bring the square bracket, everything that comes within, separated by the comma, it will create it for you. All right. So let's copy, come and put it there and run it. And then you see the results you get in the console. I hope this one will run. I don't know why mine is not run. I don't know. It seems mine has decided to reject me. Yeah, you see it in the console. Mine is not coming. Yeah, I refreshed, but it's still not. So, yeah. Yes, so please, it will not appear in the editor. It will appear in the console. Your output will appear in the console at the right. Inspector, you see Inspector General of Police. You see the console, you see the tax, right? So Inspector, console, tax, that side. And the console, you see that appearing there, all right? So when you click at the cities, you see Accra. When you click at the city, you see Accra. The cities, you see that there is a drop down. And that's when you see Accra, Lagos, Abidjan. Right. So that is how you create that. Now, because you are dealing with special data, okay,
because you are going to deal with spatial, it has to go with some coordinates. All right? So there's a way that you can also input your coordinate or store it as an object in the script. All right? But after this one, I'll show you an easier way to get some of them. But it is good to go through the hard way to come out with the easy one. Okay. Yes, I'm not that bad teacher that will teach you 1 + 1. 1 + 1 is equal to 2 + 2. Then I'll give you homework. X + Y is equal to. Yeah. So I will rather teach you the X + Y. Then I'll give you a homework where you do the 1 + 1 is equal to. Right. Which one do you want? Or you want the other way around? Okay. All right. So. I am running my whole system again. Okay, so now copy from the object. You see 2//, right? The comment object. Copy from the object up until print Accra data. All right? So anytime you also end a code, you have to bring semicolon. Anytime you end a code, you have to bring a semicolon. First, the system was not even accepting it when you don't bring it, but now you can do it without it. Sometimes it will automatically put it there for you and all that. But it is a good practice to always put it there. You don't know when you need your Java. You may not need it in Google Earth, but somewhere else. Okay, so you make sure you do that. Yeah, I think Google is tired of me, so I've been doing this for a while now, and yeah. So if you copy it and come and add, run it, and then see in your console what you get in your console. I hope those online are following. No problem yet. So copy from the object up until you get the print Accra data, and then you run the whole system again. So you will see that it has created an object where you have your coordinate system, right? Yes, so when you click on the arrow at the object, yes. So you see city Accra, you see coordinates, the coordinates will show the population, you see the figure, okay? So this is, so yeah, you do from this side, okay? Accra data up until you get here. And when you run, you will see something appearing in your console, all right, as an object. Okay. Yeah. So, I don't know why. It's not even giving me the chance to run. All right. So, now, there's a way we create functions also in Java, right? These are some basics, but you don't really need much of it, all right? You don't really need much of it to do Google Earth Engine, but you have to understand what you are doing. Because most parts, in terms of Google Earth Engine, there are a lot of codes that are available online. You can just adopt them and then run, and it will run for you, okay? But you have to know what you are doing, what you are changing, or what you are supposed to change for it to suit the work you are doing. All right? For example, the way I am and how I am dressed with this my shirt and my tie, you may want to wear the same thing. If I give it to you, there are 2 things you can do. No, 3 things. The first thing is not to do anything at all, which means it suits everything that you want. It is doing the same thing. right? It means my shirt, my tra, everything fits you correctly. You don't need to do anything. Or, you want to connect into anything, all right. Or, you can decide to expand my dress if the size is small for you. Or you can alterate it, okay, reduce the size. So it's the same thing. If you don't know what you want, then you don't know what you want to change, okay, or how to make it fit what you want. Maybe you want a plot. The plot you've seen is a plot of boys against girls. You have a plot of cat against dog. Sorry, you have a data of cat against dog. How do you put it in the same plot to get the style that you want? It means you have to change the data of the cat, the boys to cat, and then the data of the dogs to girls, all right? Then you will run and get similar thing. But if you don't know this, you will just copy a code, you run, and you go and change something and the thing is not running again. And the first thing you say is that it works for everybody, but it doesn't work for me. All right? So know where to. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it is now responding to me. That's fine. Yes, so when you come here, you see what is there with the objects, all right? Now, when you are trying to create a function is any small program that you write which can do some a repetition of works for you, very simple, okay? Assuming you work in an office where you put the names of people, right? Let's say their first name and their last name into a new cell, okay? Now, in the Excel sheet that you are doing, you will see that you have about 10,000 people. You have to go and copy this name, go and paste, go and copy this name, add it to it. Move to the next person, copy, go and paste. You see, you are doing the same thing over and over again. In programming, you can create a function. That's where function comes in. You can create a function where you can just enter that thing in the system and it will automatically do the routine thing that you are doing for you, okay? So for example, like this one, you see, again, var comes, all right? Then we create a greet. Then the function word will come, and inside the bracket, what you want to put there, okay? So if it is a function that you create to pick names and then put them together to something, you can do that easily like this. So return means that it should give you an output of hello, then add the name that we will put there. Please, do you get it? So if you look here, you see that the first print greet, we put inside the name, okay, the function will pick something like name. So inside the name, we decided to put their world. So when you print the first one, it will give you hello, then it will add the name that you put there to it, hello world. Okay? Now, the next one is what? Greet programmers. So it will print hello, then it will add the name that you inputted there, and then it will bring it, hello programmers. All right? Please, do you get it? Question? You get it? Yes. So this is a simple function. A function can be this simple and can be some way complex. All right? To do a whole lot of things for you. For example, I don't know how many of you have watched this video online where the guy gets up early in the morning. He's having a routine. So he has set everything in such a way that once he wakes up, he will just press something. Automatically, the blanket will be drawn out. It will go somewhere. It will be folded. He walks here. Something meets him. His brush. He just pastes, put it down. He walks here. His shoe. And then he will jump right in front. He will wear his dress and then he will go. When he comes back, the same thing. So he has created a function that knows, or that is according to his routine. He doesn't have to get up and be folding all those things any longer. Everything will be done for him. So that is what a function does. All right? Yeah. So you see when you run it, you see this hello world. Okay, so you can copy from the create functions and then you see those things. All right. Now, we are moving forward though. So from here, you are no more beginners. Oh. Yes, from here, you are no more beginners. So please, do you accept you are no more beginners? You don't accept? No, but it is this easy, right? Until you are doing it alone. All right. Everything is easy when the lecturer is or the teacher is teaching. So in SHS, we had one teacher called Atema. Right. He teaches elective maths. Anytime he's in the class and he's teaching, everything goes like you understand it. And you feel like you are either Newton or Einstein or, right? Like any question in the class, you'll be able to solve it. Then he will give you an assignment. And then he will step out. That is it. There's no way you'll be able to solve his questions. All right, that's how programming is. When somebody is taking you through, you're like, oh yeah. Then the person will just do that thing and then you leave. Then you run the first thing, error. Yeah, hello, Charlie. I ran the thing, it's not working again. All right. So that challenge, you face it almost every time, but it is nothing. You just have to know the error and then go through. Okay. So with my students, one of the things is that you learn how to resolve errors. So I give you a code with error, you resolve it. Okay, and that's how it builds you up. So, yes, so I said that we can do A equals 4 or 1. Okay, we can create a variable. And then in Java, you can do some arithmetic too as well, right? So C equals A plus B. When you run it, you get the value. Okay? When you run it, you get the value. So that is what you can do with the Java. So this kind of arithmetic, you can do that. However, the Google Earth Engine API system does not understand this common arithmetic. So they have created some functions, all right, that will help you to do that. And one of the functions is EE. Anytime you see EE, Earth Engine, okay, just put it in your head like it's Earth Engine, okay, and then the function will come, which is number. Now let's go to docs here. Script, you see here is script, we see docs here. Click on docs. Under docs, there are a lot of methods, a lot of functions that have been created to help you do anything with the API, to access data, to process the data, and to export the data, right? So there are algorithms. Under algorithms, you find a whole lot of things there. Okay. You see algorithms for Landsat, algorithms for Sentinel. You see classifiers, clusters, confusion metrics, date range, dictionary, not the English one, not Oxford Dictionary. Yeah. Error margin, features, feature collection, this one we will use, filter we will use, geometry we will use, image we will use, image collection we will use, list we will use. Now e-number, okay. If you want to know what the function does, you can click on it, all right? And then it will give you some documentation. Yeah. So construct a new number, all right? A number or a computed object. It will return a number, okay? So it will tell you what it does and how you should even go by it. Now, if you want to do addition, there is what? Add here. Okay, so it will tell you what you should do. Add the first value to the second value. Add the first value to the second value. So if you go here, you will see EE number. The first value is A. Okay, add B. So this is always saying that the number A add B. Already, the variable A is a numeric variable, right? Because we created it at the top there that A equals 4. All right? So this is only adding, doing the addition. This is how you do the additions and other arithmetic with the data sets when it comes to the API. Okay. So when you print this, it will also give you the same results as the C gave us. Okay, so that's the 13 we see here. Okay, so it's the same 13. Okay. So you can copy the other codes and then go and paste it there. Okay. You can copy the other codes in AQI1. AQ-SAT 1. You can copy the rest of the code and go and put it there and run. And let's see. Yeah. So please do that. Please copy the rest of the code. I think after object, right? After the object one, all the rest that are there, just copy, come and paste, and then run it. No, come. Go into the file that I sent, copy what we've been copying from, copy the rest. Okay, go and, yeah, everything. Yeah, to the bottom. And then go and paste it. The last part should be yet another LOL. Okay. Okay, so there's also a function like list sequence. All right. In R, you can create sequence where you have A, B, C, D, or 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever it is. The same way in Google Earth Engine with the Java, you can create sequence. Okay. So there's a function which is called list sequence. This will help you create the sequence. Now look at the sequence that we have there. This is 1980, 2020, 5. What does it mean? From the way you see it. Yes. Yeah,
so you are starting from 1990 to 2020 in intervals of 5. So from 1990, 1995, 1980, 1985, 1990, 1995, and 2020.
All right. So in the bracket, after the sequence in the bracket, it takes the first step, okay? Then the final step, then the intervals, okay? So it is only telling the system that loop through this, starting from 1980, ending at 2020, loop through it by 5, okay, and produce the values that you see within that. So from 1980 inclusive, you add the 5, you get what? 1985, 1990, 95, 2000, 2005, right? So if you click on the arrow here, it will show you the same thing. Okay, up until 2020, all right? Yeah, so yet another for our mother who stays in Ghana. And ate banana. Who rhyme with me? While climbing the ladder. Sorry? Slept on the veranda. Oh. With his father. Hey, ended up being struck by a thunder. I drew her. Yeah? Without Okada. Okay, so we see Wahala. Yeah. All right. So, in all this, we are still doing the same thing, right? We are only rhyming. Okay? So, we are rhyming to another thing. So, you see the top there, we could use plus to put two things together, right? When it comes to the API, we cannot just do that. All right? So, there is something we call strings, ee.strings, okay, 2, where it will pick the first one, and then when you bring the cat, this one is not Schrodinger's cat. Okay, the physics people. This is not Schrodinger's cat. So this is concatenation. Just like we see in others. So if you want to see the function, yet again, you can come here under strings. There are a lot of them. Okay. So the strings with the cat. Okay. So concatenate 2 strings. All right. The first string, then the second string. Okay. So this is a first string, which is sentinel, and then it will add this one to it. So this one is only saying that put them together. All right. And once you run SAT machine, it will give you this. Yes. So somebody is asking, why not just write sentinel this? Now, sometimes when you are doing some naming, right, you can name something with, let's say, Kojo. You can name something with Ifoma, right? Now, the next file you are going to create, you want to name it as Kojo Ifoma, right? So this will help you do that. So this can pick the first file, pick the second file, then it will automatically name it to another file as that. Okay. So yes, sometimes you have to make life easy for yourself. Instead of going to copy Kojo, come and put it there, going to copy Yama. Whilst a function can just loop through, copy the first one, copy the second one, and come and put it there. You just do it like that and go scot-free. Right. Yes. So this is the first part of it that we've done. All right. So please, I want you to do something for me. Please clap. Thank you very much. Now the clapping is for you because you have passed the beginner's stage. So please, no one is a beginner in Google Earth Engine here. Please. Once I realized the enthusiasm with which you were clapping, it should be the same. Please maintain that energy. All right. So Please, now that you are not a beginner, create another file, not a repository. Create another file. Name it Afri-SET AQ2. This one I won't show you how to do it, so. Yeah, create a new file and name it Afri-SET AQ2, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so click on this to refresh. Yeah, so the network will do the magic sometimes, so that's fine. So, yes, please open AQSAT 2. AQSAT 2. AQSAT 2. Copy everything in there. Go and paste it in the new one. Copy everything there. Yeah, AQSAT 2. Yeah, no. Open your AQSAT 2, copy everything there into the new file you've created. I said you should create a new file. Yes. Yes, so copy the file that I gave you, the text file. Yeah. So open the text file, which has been named AQSAT 2, that text file. Whatever you see in there, copy it and come and paste it in there.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I observed that all what is in the Afri-SET one that I created transfers to the new file that I also created. Is that normal?
No.
Or am I doing something wrong?
Yeah, so just refresh the page. So refresh the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah, so because of the internet, it will give you that kind of, all right. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, sure. So, now, advanced programmers, please, are you here? Please, I'm not sure on your CV, you go and write beginner. Okay? Yeah. And I know on LinkedIn, the things some people can write there, yeah. So, yeah. So when it comes to when it comes to Google Earth Engine, because you are dealing with spatial data, all right, you can have a steady area, okay? You can have a steady area that you'd want to look at. And you may want to set your steady area to a certain boundary, okay? So your boundary can be either in a polygon form, it can be in a rectangular form, it can be in square, whatever, okay? You can also have a shapefile, all right? So a shapefile will give you the shape of a certain location that you want. All right. Now there is a way to go by with the polygon. And with the polygon one, we use the function geometry. Okay. So within the function geometry, you specify the points, all right, around which you want your data to be, or your steady area is. So assuming you are dealing with US, why is it that we don't have something like this in Ghana? A simple shapefile, like a square like this, right? In Africa, it seems almost all our things are zigzag. All right. So, if you look at this, right? Okay. So you will see that these things have 4 corners, right? One here, one there, one here, one there. So you must know your location and the coordinate system that you are using. If you are doing a project, or if you are doing, you are processing your data, or you are retrieving the data, you don't know the coordinates of the location, then you failed in advance, right? So you should know the coordinates that you are going to use. And then based on that coordinate, you do your extraction. Okay? So with this one, because it is somewhere in Accra, we know Accra falls within latitude 0.2, 0.3 west, okay? And it covers some part of the 0. That's if you want to deal with Tama and another. It covers part of the 0 into 0.1, right? And then from the top, we get from 5.6, 5.7, coming down to about 5.4, 5.3, or even 4 sometimes. Okay. So with this coordinate system that you are seeing, we have picking from minus 0.71, okay? So minus 0.71, minus is for west, okay? So longitude, the west is minus, right? And the east is positive. Latitude, north is positive, south is negative. But in Ghana, we don't fall within the south, the southern part, right? But when you go into the South Africa side, Congo, and some parts of the Eastern African countries, they fall within the south, okay? So you will be seeing the negative when it comes to the latitude. So that's how it's, so all the first values that you see on the left are all positive, negative, which is on the west, okay? And then these ones are all on the north. All right. Now,
or it is also possible to use like the Ghana Post GPS to pick the coordinates and enter it into your code.
First of all, when it comes to this, you forget about Ghana GPS first. Right. I'm not saying it's bad, but forget about our face. So it is easier getting it on the Google map. So when you open Google, easy like this. When you open Google like this, right, there is a simple way of getting your coordinate in Google Map. And that is locating or zooming to your location, and then you just right click. Okay, so this is Chimota, Hacho, Madina, so Legon should be somewhere here. Right? Yeah, this is Legon. Okay. Okay, so, all right, this is the BAM live. So if you want the location here, you just right click like this. So you see, this one is your latitude, okay? And then the other one is your longitude. So you can get it as simple as this. Yes. So assuming, yes. So let's do this. Yeah, please take your notepad and write. Let's do something here. So let's assume we want to do a 4-point over Legon, right? Here, we can right click here. You can write this down, okay? So this is, the first one is your latitude. The second one is your longitude, okay? So it is longitude 0.20332 west, latitude 5.66156 north. Okay. Now, you see where we pick the point here? You can now come here to this side and also pick a point here. Okay? You can also pick a point here. So please write this point. All right. Now you can come here. Okay. Right click. And it will also give you another point. Okay. This will also give you another point. Are you done writing this? Then we can right click here and it will give us another point. All right? So these values that you see, now let's go to our Google Earth Engine. So look at the trend. So you can input it the same way over here, and it will mark the 4 corners for you, okay, for your study area. So if you don't have a shape file or that area, there's no way you're going to get a shape file, but you can only do this polygon thing over it. You just do this one and then you are good to go. I'm not sure that location we picked, we will be able to get a shape file for it. All right? So it's not everything that you can get a shape file. Yeah.
Specify, let's say, the distance you wanted to cover. I don't know if that can work here.
Within a particular radius.
Within a particular radius. Let's say at this point, let's say 50 kilometers from the point. And if you can, is it going to be all round, or let's say just, let's say the point is here and just the 50 kilometers to the right, or will it be 50 kilometers everywhere? I don't know if you get what.
Yeah. So it's like, I know I want data within this area, right? So you are asking if I can be at the middle and then I'll have it touching all points, Or will it be that I'm at this corner and it will end up touching probably some point? So the first question is that, yes, you can do the one with the radius, okay, and then have it in a circle form. All right? However, you also have to go through a lot in doing that. So if that's what you want, that is fine. But then it is going to, you can decide your center point, okay? Then it can use your center point to draw the radius to touch that particular area and then cut that circle for you. Do you get it? Yeah. So most of the time when it comes to dealing with some of these things, it is very easy to look at it from the point that we are describing, right? Unless you are doing other things that you may be requiring to do, buffer, and all those things where you would be doing this kind of radius configuration, all right? Yeah. Yeah, so when you are dealing with images that are produced in triangular form, okay, it is easier dealing with them in the same structure. And it is easier picking points, even in four corners, to get a location than for the system to be picking it point by point around it. I hope you get it. So let's assume we have this square, right? Will you decide to create another square within, or you decide to cut a circle within? Which one would you prefer? You decide to cut a square because it will be much easier cutting the square within than to cut a circle within the square, right? Yeah, so most of these data sets, in fact, all of them do come in a rectangular form. So sometimes it's just much easier. But then that is why the shape files are also there. So if you have a shape file for that, you can just put. So even the most difficult ones with the zigzag, we have a shape file, so it's still, yeah, it can be done. You get it? Yeah. So most of the time, shape files are for a restricted areas or the beautification of the work. But if you present a work where you have these square, nobody cares, right? Yeah. I'm not sure I'll review a paper or I've ever reviewed a paper or something and you see some of these things and you'll be like, no, go and use your shape file to cut it and bring it. No. It depends on what you want, right? Yeah. Yeah, so the beauty of it too is that we can get some of the shape files online. And one of the things that Google Earth Engine does is that it can also communicate with other websites where you can get shape files from. So you don't need to download that shape file to come and sit on your computer. Okay? The shape file sits on online somewhere. The Google Earth Engine has permission to probably that site. You can easily use that link and then you go there. For example, so feature collection. This is a feature collection. It is going to collect a feature, okay, from somewhere online and bring. Now let me copy this link, okay, or let me just copy this path and go and put it here. Okay, so you see large-scale international boundary polygons simplified, all right? When you go there, it is giving you a lot of things, okay? So that one too, you can just get the code here. So most of them, the code already exists. So you can just go and copy the code, go and paste it, and then you tweak it to suit the area that you want. In this sense, I realized that in here, it is covering Ghana as well. Okay, so we will be able to get Ghana shapefile from this. Okay, so you can, anytime you are working with Ghana, you can use this same thing. And then this code here, so you see, we are calling this feature, the whole of the feature, okay? Everything that you saw there, the worldwide one, we are calling it. And we will name it as data set. Okay. Now we are going to filter that world shapefile. Okay, all those maps, and then we will select the one that is specific to our location, which is Ghana. Okay, so inside there, when you go to the website, their main website, they will show you the countries, their names, and all those things. Okay, so Ghana was spelled like this. So the country, this is what. So we should filter, and then it should be equal to, inside the country name, we are going to select Ghana, okay? And then we will name that variable as Ghana. Okay? Yes. Now, there's also another one here which I have commented out. So if you need it, you can use it. This is on my project files, all right? And this one is a shape file for some part of Accra, okay, which I am using for the some analysis, okay, which I use for some of the analysis for the PhD work. So those ones are there. Once the work is done, all these codes will be available to everyone to use. So this is fine. So there's a shapefile there. When you uncomment this, it can input that shapefile also in your system. All right. But we are going to work with the Ghana one, so let's forget about that. Then center object. So the 6 you see here is how it's going to zoom in, okay, from the center. All right. And then in Google Earth Engine, when you use the function name map.addLayer, it adds that layer that you've specified into the work for you. Okay, so anything that you do add a map.addLayer. Then you bring the name of that thing that you want to add, it will automatically add it into the system for you, or onto the map for you to see what you are dealing with. All right. Any question until this part? Otherwise, we continue. So if you like, right, or you don't want to be like me, maybe if I run, it won't run again. For me, I will just cut this off, run the whole thing, and see. When I finish, I'll go and paste it back. Yes. So you see layers, right? Okay. Yeah, this one is only adding. So I didn't add this one. Yeah. So we can. Okay. Yeah. Let me uncomment. Where is it? Yeah. Okay. So my AOI just meant area of interest. Okay, if you are dealing with some of these things, you see ROI, region of interest, and all those things. So yeah, so let's see the layers we've created. So these are the layers. So you see add layer, and you see how it's spelled: capital M A P dot add capital L E A Y E R. L-A-Y-E-R, okay? So they are case sensitive. So you make sure you type it exactly as it is, all right? Now, you see the layers we added. We added a layer, Ghana, okay? So when I come here and I check these things, so the first one we added was the Ghana, okay? So you see I've unchecked that. Now, so the shapefile I was talking about, you see the shapefile which is there, and that is the Accra one, which is layer 2. So I take off layer 2. So you see the polygon one, okay, that's the dark one. The layer 2, which is the shapefile, and then layer 3, which is for the whole country. All right. So yeah. So let me quickly. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, any question? Then we move on. No question. Okay. So now we've learned how to add layers, okay, or shapes, to select our region of interest. Right. The next line of code, I will not explain much, because most of the time, even these codes sit online, so you can just grab them, all right? So if you remember, so yeah, so this is also, we are creating a certain strings of date, a starting date, and then an end date, right? 2023, 1st January, 2023, May 30th, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I saw a passport online today, 32nd December 20. Yeah, I heard 32nd December. Yeah. Yes. Problem? Is it giving you the same thing? No. So yeah. So you Accra, you have not uncommented the Accra one. No. Go up. In this one, you didn't uncomment this. Yeah. So it's the network. Yeah. Yeah. So it's the network. Just like. So you see, it is picking data from online. All right. So if the network is not good, at the end of the day, it will sometimes give you an error. Layer 2. Come down. Yours is not coming. Yeah, to correction mode. Not found. Run it again and let's see. If it doesn't, just comment those things out and let it be as it used to be. It's because you've run everything. Yes. So, yeah. So we have start date, end date, all right? So this is what we are going to use to grab certain portions of the data that we want, okay? It's a period. So anytime you want to do it, start it for a particular date. However, all these APIs also have, like I said, they have certain limits, okay? So if you specify more than it can accept and then produce for you, it will tell you you are requesting too much, I can't give you. Yes, it is having a lot, but when you are requesting too much, it will tell you the elements you are requesting are more than so and so. It won't produce for you. Okay, yes. Yeah, a rich man who is stingy. So it's all right. Yeah, a rich man. So that is it. Now, you remember in our first code, the very first one, when we went to the data set, it generated some code for us, right? So this is it. So we have the EE image collection. EE image collection means that it is going to collect a certain image, okay, or a data of an image form. It is going to collect it. Now, it is going to collect it from this path, all right? And then it will bring it into the system. So you see, when you clicked on the data that you wanted, and then you went down, you see it generated some code for you, if you remember, right? There was some code that was generated for us. Is it here? No. Here. Yeah. So this code, okay? And then it says that dot select. Now the dot select you see there, dot select, and then CO underscore column underscore number underscore density is the data that you want from it. All right? It's just like purple layer, the sensor. What data do you want? Oh, I want temperature. I want humidity. I want PM 2.5. Okay? This one inside that file, it is having a lot of data set, but those ones that are in there, you don't really need it. There are things that are coming with the image. Okay? Sometimes you see quality control data and all those things. You don't need it. What you need is the one that will help you do the air quality analysis itself. And in this sense, that is why when you click on it, it will generate that code for you. So the dot select that you see is that the EE, okay, Earth Engine image collection, go to this site, collect this image. Now when you go there, I don't want the whole thing. You see, all these bands can be found in there. Okay? CO column, H2, cloud height, sensor altitude. What do you need sensor altitude for? Azimuth angle. Apart from you doing some calculations, what do you really need it for? All right? The satellites are the ones using it. Zenith angle. What do you need it for? Okay? So you tell the system that pick this aspect of the data and bring it into the system to work. All right? But if you were to do it on your own to download the data, it will download all these things. Okay? On the system, if you are going to do the click, download the data, and then use, on the Sentinel page, when you do it, it will download the image, but it will carry all these things along with it for you, which you don't need. So that is where the API comes in. That's what the API is going to do for you. It will take only the specific ones that you want, and that is it. Okay? So let's move from there. Yeah. So that is what is here. It's selecting that. Then filter date. Okay? Filter date, we can just input the strings there like that. Okay? Or just as we've already specified, because we are going to apply to all of them, we just put the start date, end date. All right? We've already declared our date, when it should start, when it should end. And we did that because we are going to apply it to all the other data sets. Okay? So it is there like that. Then we will save it as, in the name, we will assign it to the name carbon monoxide, and then we should print it so that we see how it looks like. Okay? This reducer will only go through the data and then produce the mean of the data for you. So reduce EE reducer dot mean. We'll just look through the data. Because we are going to just view one section of it, we just want to average all the period that we've downloaded, and then we should see what we see. All right? So it is the same thing that is being done. This part of it is going to deal with the color. Okay, the color coding that you see. Then we will go to add layer. But add layer here, you see .clip Ghana. So the shape of that data is very big, but we just want to clip it with our shape file, and then it will produce the one with our shape file for us. Okay? So if you have yours as, let's say, Lagos, and you have your Lagos shapefile and then you use it to clip it, you can just study that section. You don't need to download that big file, that big tile, which is covering other parts of Nigeria and even Benin, Togo. Okay? Yeah. Now, this aspect is dealing with the time series plot. So you don't only do spatial plotting in Google Earth Engine. You can also do time series plotting as well. All right? And the function that you use is the UI.chart.image series. There are a lot of the functions. Most of the functions can be found here. So you just go to the docs and you see, where is it? Yeah. So when you come here, you see that function, okay, and a lot of it. All right. So if you click on it, you see what it does and all that. All right. So it is going to create a time series for you, okay, and it will use the system time start to do all those things. So these are just normal things. So most of the time, these ones, you don't even touch them. But you know the title, you will have to know the kind of time series you are creating, so you input the title that you want, okay? This is also going to get you NO2, all right? NO2, and then it is doing the same thing, okay? You set your maximum and minimum for those data, you clip. This is also doing that, all right? So let's run it and see what we get. So if we had done the clipping by the shapefiles we specified, or the polygon, then it will clip it by that shapefile, right? So at the dot clip, depending on the shapefile that you are using or your study area, you will put there that form of thing, and then you do that, okay? There's also a way to upload your own shapefile onto the system. All right? There's a way to upload your own shapefile onto the system. And that one is just simple here. I'll just go through it.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, when I attempt to run the code, there is an error on line 23 indicating Accra is not defined.
Yeah, so Accra is not defined is because when you come to line 23, this line 17, you didn't uncomment this.
Okay.
Yeah. But if it gives you another error because I'm still using the line, you can just comment those ones out and then just run it. We are not dealing with those shapefiles, so we can forget about it for now. So this is a way to input your own shapefile. To put in your own shapefile, and it will be on your cloud. So when you create, now that you've created an account, you have a cloud account, okay? So that is why you see your name there. My name work. Here, cloud asset. So you see legacy here, right? All these things I have here are shapefiles. Okay, Accra Sam, Kumasi Sam, Tamale Sam, okay? Yeah. So you can click here at new, and when you come to new here, you will see this. Whether you want to add an image, a shapefile, CSV file, okay? Now, if you have a shapefile, make sure your shapefile, you see when you create a shapefile, there are other files that are created in that shapefile, right? You see one with .sh, one will come with .shx, .dbf.prj, and then these ones, okay? So when you click on it, it will ask you what name do you want to give it, okay? And then add the properties. Now it is telling you the kind of things you should add, okay? Look for all the files that have this extension and then add it to the system. So you make sure the shapefile you are having, it is having all these files in that shapefile. So please, those who have shapefiles, make sure you have these things in your shapefile file, okay, your folder. Okay. The shapefile is a file, a GIS file, let me put it that way. A GIS file that have a design of your study area, or like the map of Ghana, okay? So if you have ArcGIS, QGIS, ArcGIS, QGIS, what they put in to draw all those things, those are shapefile, the shape of the country, the shape of the district, the shape of your study area, okay? So those who are into this space, please make sure you have all these files before you select the source, and then you upload all of them, and then automatically it will come. All right. So let's look at this. So if you come to layer here, you will see layer 1, carbon monoxide, optical depth, ozone, blah, 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 blah. Please, do you see that? Yeah. So if you can take all of them to load them, all right? You can take all of them to load them, but you can look at this side. So this one is the one creating the time series, all right? Now, it is like this because when we look at the documentation of the Sentinel, it says it has a revisiting time of what? 2 days, right? So it means if it comes today, the following day it won't come, it will come the other day, all right? And therefore, it will have some breaks, okay? So that is why the data looks this way. And then sometimes you can filter out the cloud cover and all those things, and it will shorten even the, like it will prolong the gaps for you as well. So, yeah. So this is the time series of what we are saying. If you scroll, you will see the other time series being created. All right. Now, which one?
Please.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's only me because I don't have the NOx and I think it's only from the scripts. It's only the carbon monoxide.
Yeah. So it was intentional. It was intentional. Intentional in the sense that is going to be the assignment. That you now go and add. So the one you have is only carbon monoxide, right? Yes. So you go and add the subsequent ones to it. So go and do for NOx, go and do for ozone, and then do also for AOD. The AOD I was using was from Modis. So when you go to Modis, inside there, you will see how they are also calling out the data, right? So you see how easy I am with the assignment. Yeah, very simple. Yeah. Where did I get the image? The console. The time series. It is inside here, the code. I showed you the code for the time series. Yeah, it's inside here. So everything will come. Once you run, everything will appear here. No. Yours is a part, is the time series aspect part of the code I gave you. Yes, as a comment. So you know what to do. So when you have a code which has been commented, what do? You uncomment it. So know where to uncomment and run so that it will run for you. Yes. So You see, learning is very easy, right? Teaching is hard, learning is easy. So, yes, let's look at this. So, this is a layer, optical depth, okay? So you can see that they are high here, okay? And then very low over the waters here and at the north here, all right? So depending on the period that you are studying, that would tell. Now this is ozone, okay? So with the ozone high at the, what color did I use for this one? I think it's low there. Yeah, so blue, purple, yeah, green, yellow. So it is high at this sections, low over there. But this is relative, right? It depends on the period you are looking at and all those things. Now, nitrogen dioxide. So you see nitrogen dioxide, what it's showing, the areas, right? And then carbon monoxide, yeah. So carbon monoxide, which is high here, low, up there, and all that. Okay. So this one will create a widget like this for you. You'll be clicking to select to see the layers and all those things, all right? They have a way to export the file you have. You can do that, go through some of the tutorials online to do that. However, the plot that you see here, if you want to export this plot, okay, when you click here and it enlarges like this, you can download the data that was used in plotting this, which is the CSV, okay, or download the image itself, all right? So it has been made very easy, all right, good. So that is when you go back, then you do that, okay? Now let's look at the last part, and then we are done for the day. The last part. Yes. So any problem with this one? So you know what you have to do? Go to the Google Earth Engine data log, okay? Look for the NO2. You go, you see the code there. The easiest way you can do this is to copy and paste back all the first one, right? The first one that you see there. Copy, come and paste, copy, come and paste, copy, come and paste. Then go to the data log, look at the path that was used, just copy the path, come and paste it there, change the things that you have to change, and that is it. You're good to go. Because the style is the same. It doesn't change. The style is the same. All right? Yeah. So, yeah, I know my people can do it. Yeah, so please let's create the last file. So go to new, create, and then name it Afri-SET TED or something, right? And this one, so if you remember, I think it was yesterday that Professor Gift presented to us, right? And he talked about doing an analysis before lockdown and after lockdown, right? Yeah. So a code like this, I think when you go online to some of the page, you are able to do certain things, right? You drag to see what changes has happened over some areas and all those, nice things. And you see them and you're like, hey, Charlie, people are doing things, right? You go to some website, the things you can do on the website, you're like, yeah. Okay. At the end of the day, you'll be respecting programmers like you see them but when you can do it, you see them, so all these things that you are doing, you think you are doing something. Right? So the third code is going to help us to do something like that, and you can go through the system to do. In fact, even in this one, because you are working with Java, it helps you to even create a user interface, even after getting this. So you can create a user interface where the plots and everything, somebody can just be clicking, selecting, click run, and then everything will be produced for the person. You can do that. Okay, because it's Java, Java is very easy when it comes to creating interface and all those things, right? But using other programs to do that becomes a bit difficult, but yeah, they cannot do it. Python can do that. R can also do some things like that, but it's not as strong as Python will also do it. All right, so inside here, the things that we've gone through, okay, the same thing. This is going to collect a certain shapefile. We are naming it Ghana. Now, these guys are the ones who created or help in collating this code, okay, for this kind of work. So, big ups to them. You are going to import the data, okay, depending on what kind of base map they want to use. They use hybrid, right? Then you import Ghana, you add it to it, so the shapefile. So the work was done over some steady area, okay, I think somewhere in Pakistan or something like that. And I had to also go through, change it to suit a work for Ghana. Right, so it can be done. You can copy somebody's code, edit it to suit what you want to do, right? So I had to just know the places that I have to change. I knew that these locations were his shapefile, okay? So the only thing was for me to input my own shapefile, change the things, one or two things, okay, and then run. And then here it was importing the population data, okay? So this is doing something as well with population. So if you want to know anything about exposure, how people are exposed to certain amount of pollutants, okay, or certain concentrations, you cannot take away the population factor, right? Now, assuming in this location, we have 10,000 people. Okay, let's say with 5 people in this room, and we are polluting, let's say certain amount of, let's say nitrogen oxide or sulfur dioxide, right? And you are 10. As compared to 1,000 people, right? How many, what is the, how do you call it? How many people will be exposed? Is it less people being exposed to high pollution or more people exposed to high pollution? 100 people in this room being exposed to, let's say, 1,000 microgram per meter cube of, let's say, PM 2.5. All right? And then having 100 people being exposed to, let's say, the same amount. This room, scenario A, 100 people in this room being exposed to 1,000 microgram per meter cube of PM 2.5, right? this same room for scenario B, 1,000 people. So the first one was 100 people exposed to 1,000. Now 1,000 people exposed to 1,000 microgram per meter cube. The question is that, will you look at it as to the number of people who are exposed, or you look at it as to how much they are exposed to? You look at how much they are exposed to. Okay, and then the exposure levels, do you think those with less are exposed more, or those who are more are much more exposed? The value is the same. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's more pollution in the room. Okay, so there was something like mass over volume. So when the volume decreases, pollution, when volume decreases, pollution
increases.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so when you are in a city, right, we look at it that if you listen from yesterday's presentation, you look at it that once you have a lot of people in a particular area, right, they are also going to contribute more, even to the ambient one, right? So assuming the ambient is even 1,000, you are going to have the activities of these 1,000 people contributing more to the pollution, right, than the 100 people contributing. Okay, so we look at it from the population density and how much they are exposed to. So if you look at the population within a particular area, and they are a lot, and their activities as well, okay, and then you look at their pollution levels as well, they are also polluting more, then it means they are getting highly exposed, okay, right, yeah, so, yeah. Yeah, the exposure amount was fixed because that is the ambient. Because I use that as the ambient.
But I don't, if it's fixed, let's say the 100 are exposed to 1,000, the 1,000 people too are exposed to 1,000. Now you're saying it's exposed to. So I don't think they are contributing emissions or whatever will matter. I don't know if maybe you get.
You know, come again.
You said they are exposed to.
Yes.
So it means that that's the level over there. So they are exposed to. So it's not like they are not involved in any activities to increase it. That's what they are exposed to.
Ah, okay. So it means I should have added probably another condition.
So if you're exposed to that, then the volume scenario that you are making.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, that's fine. So now let's look at this code, right? It's bringing in some population as well. You clip it to the location that you are dealing with, and all these things. So we've gone through that, okay? Now, when you come to, this one is off. Now, when you come to this part, okay, we are trying to get data for within the lockdown period, okay, and then before the lockdown period, right? So before the lockdown period will be our base mark for analysis, and then the lockdown period will be the period we want to see. So this aspect, we want to know how the lockdown affected the concentrations that we had in our atmosphere, right? Whether it increased them or reduced them, okay? So on the left side, which is the baseline, 2019, so that's the data for 2019. So you see here what is there. You can change this to mean, all right? You can change this to mean, this one and this one,
Right.
Ella, is this a new script or we are still on the AQSAT 2?
Yeah, so this is a new script. So you create a new script and name it with a 3. Okay, the same names that we've been having with the 3. Do you have the third one, right? Yeah, so the third one you can copy what is there. I don't know if that one I gave you everything or I decided to cut. I don't know. You can check that. Everything is there.
Yeah, I'll check, but it looks a bit different. That's why I was surprised when I.
All right. So this code will create.
Cross-checking.
Okay. So this one will call in the data with and filter it with this date. Okay, that's from March to April, and then this one also 2019 March to April. All right, and then we are going to do this on the left, and then this one on the right. Okay, and then this one is the one that is splitting. So this one is creating this widget that we see. All right, now this widget, this is how this widget works. So you see, you can drag it left so that it will expose the lockdown values. You can drag it right, and it will expose the baseline values. All right. So let me just zoom out. So you see, he did his down the country, right? I think over Accra, but this is over the whole country. So, all right. So, yeah. So, orientation of this line should be horizontal. Okay, you can do it vertical, whichever way that you want it. All right, and then it should stretch both. It should go here, it should come to the side as well. All right. Then we have the map.linker, which puts these two together within the same space. All right. So this creates the panel for you and all that. Okay. So this function, you can just go through and then read them. But if you want to do anything, you should just know the ones that you change. So even here, you see where I have changed. Okay. So if you are going to bring in your own shapefile and you've decided to name it, let's say Ouagadougou, you make sure you change everywhere you see Ghana to Ouagadougou, or if it is Burkina Faso, you change it to Burkina Faso. All right, just to make sure you're on the same page. All right. So now you see that in 2019, see the concentrations. Okay, this is around Sunyani, Kumasi, thereabout. Okay, heading towards the northern section, and then this is Accra, our almighty Accra. Right now, during the lockdown, you see the concentrations. Okay, so see before lockdown, during lockdown. All right. So after doing this, if you want to go to any district officer or any MP or district, how do you call it? Municipal director or executive or the president to discuss this, this is where the science communication will come in. Okay, you give this nice plot, but the communication will also have to be there. So you have to communicate it well to them. They don't care about the code and all those things that you've done. They care about what is happening and why that thing is happening. All right. But this is just a simple visual way to show them what happened before the lockdown and during the lockdown. So if for some reason you are proposing that at least once every month there should be a lockdown in the country, just to reduce, then that is fine. Okay, but only if that will work. I don't know. Okay, so yeah, that is it. But for the population part and all these things, I decided to take out some of the analysis because we just need the basic ones, and then also to look at this and see how it is going. So you can decide to use carbon monoxide to do the analysis. Okay, you can change from the nitrogen oxide. This is nitrogen oxide, yeah. You can change from the nitrogen oxide to the carbon monoxide or the ozone to see if indeed the lockdown had effect on the concentrations of ozone, surface ozone in the country, or it didn't. All right? Yeah. LO. Is anyone having that same problem? NO2 VIZ not defined. All of you. Who has been able to run this code?
Yeah, mine is also showing line 139 NO2 fees is not defined.
Yeah. I think, yeah. So let me check something. I think there is one portion that I may have left out. Okay, mine here is not 139. Okay, so definitely yeah, please check if you have this side. Before, do you have anything like checkpoint here? And then this? Yeah, so it is this region. Yeah, it's here. Check if you have create a medium composite for March 2021. Check if you have this. Check code 179. Sorry, 79. Line 79. It's not the same. All right. Okay.
It's actually a bit different because that's why I asked initially if we are still working on the SAT2 instead of 3. But the file we have and the one we are seeing is a bit different.
No, so there's SAT3, right?
Yes, SAT3.
Yeah. So in SAT3, yeah. Input. Okay. All right. Okay. So let me do this. Please check on line 26. Do you have this on line 26 of your 3? Do you have this on line 26? Check your 26. Do you have this on 26? Okay. Do you have this on 32? Okay. Do you have this on 35? 36 is VAR population. Do you have it? Okay.
Yeah.
53. Do you have this? On 53?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's come here. 57. Do you have this? 57 and 58.
Yeah, VAR, yeah, is there?
Okay. 71. Do you have this NO2 equal NO2 raw? Do you have this?
Yes.
Okay. 80. Do you have this?
No, 80 is where the checkpoint is.
Ah, okay. Yeah. So I think it's from here up till here. Okay. So I can give you the time for you to work out. But for now, I think I am done. And yeah, so this also produces this. Okay. So you see during the lockdown period, the lockdown is the red one. Okay. So you see they were mostly below, right, as compared to the base where we have the most of them up there. All right. Okay. So yeah, so type this. So from line 79, okay, do this up until here. So let this end on 92. Let's see. I'm not sure you have this, right? Yeah. So do this part and add it up to your code. No, from 79. So at 7, no, don't clean anything. You can just enter for spaces to be created. All right. But just do this. I want us to have the same lines so that we know where the error is when it comes. All right. So one thing you can do is that there are a lot of data sets that sits online, right? We all have different government institutions that we work with, okay? So you can do some of this code, host it alongside the, on your institution's network, okay? That anytime someone clicks, you can go there, lead them there, and then they'll be able to see some of these things. You add small write-up as to what is happening and all those things, right? It becomes very informative. Okay. And like I said, you can create a GUI. GUI is a graphic user interface. So you can create that where people can just be inputting what they have to input. And then once they click on run, it should display certain things like this for them. All right. So, yeah. Yeah, so my advanced programmers, at this point, we are doing well. So yeah, this is also an API, so know that. This is also another form of API data collection. So you just change the path to the data that you want to use, do the right settings, and it will extract the data for you. But the processing and everything, you can do it on the platform, and then you can get just the output. Okay, that is all that you need. You can't, if you decide to download the Sentinel data, and it will be downloading each day, it will download one big tile for you, one big file. And the sizes are about, for Landsat, a whole file for one location, you may be getting about 1 gig to about 2 gig for Landsat 8, right? Even before you process the data. And after processing, so I have a work I did, after processing, I have about 50 gig of data sitting on my laptop. I don't really use it for anything. Okay, so this one helps a lot. All the things I did there with my account, the data sets that I've created, all the excess things that were created are just there. They are not sitting on my laptop, so they are not taking any space. I only go there, pick what I need, the output, put it in the work I'm doing, and that is it. All right, so it makes it easier. Yeah, so are you done? Okay.
1 minute, please.
Yeah. Right. Ah, okay. All right, sure.
is the curly bracket at 92, part of it, eh?
Yeah, 92, and then the column will close. So this bracket closes the one at the top here. So you see when I click here, you see some two small bars come here. So it means this one is closing that. All right. So you see NO2 vase, right, will be an object, just like the object we created earlier. Okay. So this is how it works. Oh, okay, we didn't print. If you had printed, you see that would be an object, like we created the Accra data. All right. Then you come and do this. Yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah, add this one, map dot. So that should be at 93. Then 94 is free. Then we come to the next. All right. So map dot add layer. Please look at the add layer. Well, the map is capital M dot add layer capital L. Okay. So when it comes to the Google Earth Engine, the functions that you see, most of them, that's how it's named. You see the first part of it having small letters. The second part of it would come with a capital letter, and then the subsequent ones as that. Okay. Instead of bringing a space or underscore. In R and Python, those who created it, most times you see if there's a function like clip to collect, they will do either capital L and then the clip, then maybe underscore to underscore collect. And then in R, most of the programmers there will do clip dot to dot collect. Okay, so it's a certain style that some people in a particular space use.
Collection. Yeah, no. Few of these lines.
Yeah. So now when you do this one and then you run, let's see. After doing this part, your 95, 96, 97, these ones are comments, so it should be something like this. But going forward, this should be there. Once these are there, you can run it and then let's see if there will be any error. So any error? You are still not done, eh? Okay. Sorry. Oh, okay. Hey, you are still there? Ah, okay. Which one? This one? That's, you have it. So it's now sitting on it. It fails. Oh, okay. It's the network. Probably the network, yeah. So. Error. Syntax error.
Same to me, it's like I'm having some syntax error.
Yeah. 83 is not a function. Are you sure it's the same thing? NO2 median go up. Let me see.
see. Or is there a
I still seem to be missing something on 83.
Sorry, come again.
It's still showing the syntax error on 83.
There's error at.
No, mine is still showing the syntax error at 83.
Still error at 83.
Yeah, var no2 median clipped space equals to space no2 median.
Is it saying
clip
clip to collect, not a function? Please copy your error and then paste it in the chat. Let's see.
Oh, I'm using two different machines.
Yeah, please, do you have it copied in the chat? Your error. Is off.
No, I have to copy. I'm using two different machines. The one that I'm logged on is different from the one I'm. So except I have to
Okay.
send
So
to my email and then to the other machine.
So line 93, if line 93...
It's 3. It's syntax. I don't know. I've checked each letter combined. I don't know where I'm making the mistake, but it's still showing the red, the X against 83.
It's still showing...
There's some error with whatever I typed, but I can't identify.
So
I've checked
the error you
all
are
the
seeing, just copy the error and then paste it in the chat. Let's see.
Okay.
Screenshot.
Let's try this.
Yeah, so either screenshot or just copy and paste in the chat. Let's see. So arguments, check something. I'm not seeing what is there. Let me.
Yeah, it's now on the chat.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So please check yours again. no2.filter date. It should be like this, right? The 80. Yeah, the one is there.
Yes, 83. 80 is okay. It's 83. That is.
Is 83? You have the problem.
83. That is VAR NO2 median.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Clip. Yeah. Some people are facing this problem. Try and refresh and let's see. Save, refresh, and let's see if you still have that.
Okay.
Median not defined. Okay. You need to define the median part. Okay, so you've not. So, no to median. Yeah, you don't have it. Yeah, so that is what is causing this. Yeah. So, yeah, the one there, I think, yeah, so the one online, please check line 80. Check if line 80 you have that there. Create a median composite of March 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah, check if on line 80 you have it as we have it.
Yeah.
Do you have that on line 80? 80.
Yeah.
Yeah, so create the line 80.
Okay, I think the problem is on that filter. Mine is still in black. Should there be a space between NO2 filter date or?
Yeah, so so you see in line 80, what we have on line 80.
Yeah.
Yeah, then 81, there's space, then 82, you see clip it to your area of interest and blah, 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 right? So that line 80, do you have it as we have it there? If you don't, then please create that aspect.
Yeah, I've created that one. That's what I'm saying. Except maybe if I'm missing space, but I've written it exactly as it is there. But the filter date is still showing black instead of purple as I can see from yours.
Oh, okay. Please check if you have it exactly as it is. The D is capital, so
Capital D, yeah. Is there space anywhere between the NO2 dots? Or
no,
is
there
just
is
the
no
same?
space. NO2.filter.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's how it is written. Right?
Is it running now?
And
Okay.
no space. Then, no.
Okay.
FILT, FIDT, that's the same way. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because this one wasn't there. Yeah. Yeah, it's capital. Ah, okay. All right. So please, the functions, make sure you type it as it is. Okay, they are very case sensitive. So if it's capital, you make it capital. If it's small or lowercase, you make it lowercase.
Okay, it's okay now. I think what the mistake is after the media, and instead of semicolon, I put there comma.
Okay, but is it running now?
Yeah, let me just run it now.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so please, are we on the same page now? Okay, so with the second one, please, when you go, try and replicate that for the other data sets, okay? When you do for, we did for NO2 or, no, carbon monoxide, right, CO. So do the same thing for NO2, do the same for ozone as well, all right? And then the AOD, which is the one from MODES, okay? So when you go to MODES, so this is what I was talking about. Anytime you find a data set here, all right, so you can go to MODES. Once you click on MODES, there will be other data sets that you see, okay? So you go through, we have land cover types here, which you can use depending on the coverage. If it covers your region, you can use it. Where is the AOD? All right. Life is simple. Where should I? So in the search. Okay, so you see aerosol optical depth, okay. The one that you'd want to work with, assuming you decide to go in for this one, you can just click on it. It will open that version for you. So yeah, so once it opens, which one do you want to use? This, okay. Then, so you see here, okay, so you see the code here. So you can copy the code all this side, okay? You can copy, no. There's even a button here, okay? You can easily click on this one, it will copy, okay? And then you go into your code where you need it to be. Which one is here? Yeah. So where you need it to be, you will just paste it, and then you just edit to suit your site. So this is for carbon monoxide, right? The AOD is down here. Okay. No, this is. It's part of what I gave you. Ah, okay. So if the ozone, so like the ozone like this, okay, you can copy the ozone part, you come and paste, and then you just edit it to suit. So let's say you copied and pasted the carbon monoxide, okay? Then you just change this one to the ozone. So even that one, you see that they are all on the same file, just that with the ozone, here will be O3. With the NOx, here will be NO2, okay? So you can just change it, that one. And then here, it is NO2 column number density. Here will be what? Ozone column number density. So it's almost the same thing that you go through. So this is tropospheric NO2 column number density, right? Tropospheric NO2 column number density. All right. Yeah. So you just change this one. So if you are dealing with NO2, you just change this part to NO2, all right? And then you make sure the values. So once you do it and then you see that the values are not the minimum and the maximum, you can just go on to do that as well. Otherwise, you can check for the maximum and minimum values within that data set, and then you are good to go. All right. Yeah. Yeah, so when you click on it, that one it will open a new sheet with the code inside for you sometimes. I know, so that one you also have to change. Because this one is copy. So you see, this is a code where it is dealing with only the steady area. All right. So here it is calling in the data for the steady area, and then it is adding the data that we want to use. So the data that was supposed to be used was an NDVI from NOAA. Okay. So it can be clipped to form what you want. All right. So it can be used to do anything. All right. Anything. Okay. So any graph that you want, this is an interactive graph too. So it will be showing you all this. All right. So these are NDVI values, not corrected. All right. So you see how the values vary over some areas and all that. Yeah. So yeah, it can be used to do anything that no. So let me show you the population aspect and then I'll close for the day. The one that added only the population. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so in this one, you will see so I have just copied some portions out, okay? So yeah, okay. So yeah. So if you look at this, you see that this is NO2, right? This is over Accra, okay? sorry, Kumasi is here, Accra is there. All right. Now, if you look at the layer, when you take this one off, you see Accra and Kumasi. This is the population. Okay. You see that Accra and Kumasi, the population is high. Okay. There's a population data which is being overlaid on that. And exactly as you see the population, please look at this. So the darker the color, the lower the number, the population count. Okay. So as it is, have you seen it? So you see the population, see over Accra. So where you see this gray to yellow, okay, these areas are high. Then when it comes to the darker parts, they are low. Okay, the same thing you see over here. No, let me see. Okay. Yeah, so this one will make it nice. So you see when you overlay it, please can you see it? So the population within those sections.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So that is how you are also able to see the exposure of people within those particular areas to this amount of, and then where the emissions are probably taking place. Okay, probably taking place. So those who know Accra very well, you see that the NO2 is high, especially around Tema. Okay, and Tema is an industrial area here. Okay, so with what is happening, all right. So you see and this is in 2021, yeah. So, all right. So if you look at the population, that side, and then, all right. So you'll be able to tell what is happening to those people over there. And then there are some statistics you can do as population weighted average or something like that, okay, to look at the exposure of people to some of these pollutants. All right. So yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, everyone. I think we've come to the end of the day. I've not been around, but I guess you've learned a lot. I don't think we are ready to close. Should we continue? I think it's getting interesting at the end, so maybe we should just move on. So please, dinner is ready. We pick dinner at the usual stand, and then we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time. Tomorrow we'll be starting at 9 with Moss taking us through AWS settings, and then we'll have our panel discussion for our last and final session of the workshop. We are anticipating and hoping that we'll be able to close at around 12:30, so we can have a tour of the university campus, especially with our foreign participants and facilitators. If you want to join, you are welcome to join the tour for our local participants. But then we are hoping to close a bit early tomorrow. Thank you all so much. Please pick up dinner before you leave. Kindly hold on. Moss has an announcement.
Before we have tomorrow's session, who are the people who've been using AWS, Amazon Web Services? You have an account. Who else that does have an account? You. You. No account. No, those who have an account. Can you raise one more time for me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So we'll see you tomorrow.